Listen carefully. Heaven pressed pause on everything so that this moment could find you. You think you stumbled here by chance. But no, your spirit has been crying out for answers. And heaven has answered. What the angels witnessed in your struggle shocked them. While the world turned its face away from you, while people overlooked you, heaven leaned in closer. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. The very hosts of heaven stopped to watch the weight of your journey. Because your story carries eternal significance. Every sleepless night, every tear you shed in silence, every moment you thought no one saw heaven recorded it. The angels marveled not because of your weakness, but because of your endurance. You kept moving when quitting looked easier. You kept standing when the ground beneath your feet trembled. They saw you walk through valleys where many would have collapsed. They saw you endure betrayals that would have broken others. They saw you misunderstood, mocked, rejected, and yet still breathing, still pressing forward. Chosen one. Heaven did not underestimate the depth of your struggle. Your story is not a casual chapter. It is a divine manuscript written with fire, marked by scars, and preserved by grace. The reason the angels looked in awe is because they know what you carry. Your destiny was written before you were born, and your perseverance is a signal in the spiritual realm. You survived things designed to destroy you. You endured storms that were never meant to pass lightly. Yet here you are, still standing, still chosen one. You must understand this. Heaven did not only watch. Heaven intervened. In the moments you collapsed, an unseen hand lifted you back up. In the hours you were ready to quit, the breath of the Spirit whispered fresh strength into you. You thought you were fighting alone, but an invisible army surrounded you. Angels built a wall of fire around you when darkness sought to destroy you. That is the reason you are still here. That is the reason you are still breathing. That is the reason this message has found you right now. And chosen one. Hear this truth. Not a single tear of yours has ever fallen to the ground without being caught in heaven's golden bowls. Not a single scar upon your soul is wasted. Every mark has become evidence in the courts of heaven that you are real, that you are faithful, that you are chosen. Heaven saw you still worshipping through the pain. Heaven heard you still praying in despair. That faithfulness made darkness tremble. You are not merely a survivor, you are being lifted into your destiny, crowned with the weight of eternal glory. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, though the vision tarries, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. In God's perfect time, it will be fulfilled. Those words were not written for the comfortable, they were written for you, the one who has been stretched to the breaking point. They were written for the one who has cried out, "How long, Lord?" and yet kept waiting. Even when heaven felt silent, angels saw you hold on to hope when every reason to believe seemed gone. That is why heaven paused for you. You see, the universe does not marvel at wealth, power, or applause. Heaven does not stand in awe of crowns made of gold or thrones made of stone. What moves heaven is endurance. What shocks angels is when a child of God, bruised and battered, refuses to bow to darkness. When you chose to rise again, even after being knocked down, that was worship greater than 1,000 songs. When you chose to love, even after being betrayed, that was warfare greater than any sword. Beloved, Your struggle has been seen. And I must tell you this, you are not ordinary. The fact that you are here, listening to this, proves that destiny has marked you. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to walk an easy road. You were chosen to carry weight, to fight battles, to blaze trails. And yes, that calling came with wounds. But those wounds are becoming testimonies. The scars that the angels saw are turning into seals of authority. Do not despise your story. Do not despise the pain that shaped you. Every tear was counted. Every step mattered. Even when you thought your prayers vanished into silence, they shook the throne room of heaven. The angels saw it. And now heaven is whispering, your season is shifting. What you carried alone is about to be lifted. What was hidden is about to be revealed. Chosen one. Your light terrifies darkness. That is why your struggle was so intense. That is why the attacks came one after another. The enemy does not fight the ordinary, he fights the chosen. If your battle was heavy, it was because your destiny is weighty. If your struggle shocked the angels, it is because your crown will shock the nations. You are not small. You are not forgotten. You are marked. And so I speak directly to you. Do not quit now. Do not give in to despair. You are closer to breakthrough than you realize. Heaven is still watching, still cheering, still covering you. Angels did not gather around you just to watch you fall. They gathered to testify that you will rise. This message is not for everyone. This is for the remnant. This is for the rare ones. This is for you, who felt unseen, but were always in the spotlight of heaven. Do not be surprised when favor suddenly finds you. Do not be surprised when doors open without explanation. Heaven owes you restoration. Heaven owes you honor, and it is coming. If this word pierced you, if you feel the fire in your spirit as you hear this, then act in faith. Do not remain silent. Declare it now. Take this moment as holy ground. Like, share, and subscribe so that you stay connected to this flow of divine messages, because heaven has more to say to you. And right here, right now, comment this prophetic number as a declaration of your alignment, 777. Let the world know you are chosen, and you are ready. Chosen one. You must know this. Every hidden tear you shed has been seen. Heaven has a record of moments that no one else noticed, the sighs you released in the dark, the words you whispered under your breath, the prayers you never dared to speak aloud. These moments did not vanish into emptiness. They rose like incense into the throne room of God. What was invisible on earth became radiant in heaven. The angels stood still as your cries filled eternity's scrolls. You believed yourself unseen, yet all of heaven leaned closer. Each night you wrestled with loneliness. Angels stood in awe that you refused to surrender your heart to bitterness. Each morning you faced weariness, yet still chose to rise again. Every unseen choice was a testimony. Every quiet moment of perseverance was a declaration that you belonged to God. What people dismissed, heaven treasured. What others ignored, the hosts of heaven carefully recorded. Beloved, these tears are not wasted. They have become seeds, and seeds, once buried, must eventually break forth into life. You do not see it now, but every moment of hidden pain has already begun shaping your future. Angels marveled at how such fragile sorrow could become the soil for such eternal strength. They whispered among themselves, "This one carries a weight far beyond what the eye can see." Chosen one. The night never silenced your cry. Heaven heard every breath you took when you thought you were suffocating under the weight of despair. The angels saw you press your face into the pillow to muffle your sobs. Yet the sound still reached the throne of God like thunder. Nothing is hidden from him. Nothing escapes his gaze. Those private moments were not wasted shadows. They were holy exchanges. Heaven received your brokenness and in return placed strength within you. Strength you did not even know you carried until you stood again after falling. And do not forget this: the world only measures strength by outward success. But heaven measures strength by inward faith. The angels were astonished that when everything seemed stripped away, you clung to hope with trembling hands. They watched as you chose not to curse God in bitterness, but to whisper his name in longing. That fragile whisper was more powerful than armies. That faint prayer was more radiant than lightning. What the world calls weakness, heaven calls victory. Your hidden tears wrote songs of glory in heaven's archives, and those songs are still echoing in eternity right now. Beloved, when you look back, you will see it clearly. The nights of sorrow were actually nights of sowing. Every tear was a seed, and heaven has promised a harvest. The angels marveled because they saw what you could not see, that sorrow would not drown you, but water the soil for destiny. You thought you were losing, but you were planting. You thought you were abandoned, but you were being prepared. The tears you shed in silence have already been transformed into rivers of living water, ready to flow through you and bring healing to countless others. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 56, verse 8. You keep track of all my sorrows. You collect my tears in your bottle. Each one is recorded in your book. Those words, written centuries ago, now echo over your story. Not one tear slipped past the gaze of God. Not one night of despair was ignored. Heaven's archives are filled with the evidence of your endurance. Chosen one. Silence was never absence. It was the sacred classroom where heaven trained your spirit. In the quiet, when no answer seemed near, strength was being forged within you. Angels leaned close because they knew the silence would not break you. It would build you. Every hidden battle, every lonely night, became a testimony in the making. The world may never understand how you endured, but heaven celebrates the fire-tested faith that only grows stronger in stillness. Beloved, the treasures you are about to uncover are the very rewards of those hidden tears. What you thought were wasted nights have become the oil that will anoint your future. The angels saw it. They marveled because they knew heaven was storing every drop. Soon, what was unseen will be revealed, and those who doubted will witness the glory rising from your scars. Your preparation is complete. The season of unveiling is near, and heaven stands ready to honor you. Chosen one. Do not despise the silent seasons. They were never punishment, they were preparation. The hidden tears were training you for hidden treasures. The world sees tears as weakness, but heaven sees them as currency-purchased moments of raw faith, poured out before the throne. And faith poured out is never wasted. It builds an altar, even when no one else notices. Consider this: the angels who surround God's throne are accustomed to songs of glory. They hear unending worship. They behold radiance too bright for mortal eyes. Yet even they were shocked to witness a human heart remain faithful while bleeding. That is why they paused. That is why they leaned closer. Your struggle was not a sign of failure. It was a revelation of your depth. Beloved, there will come a day when the tears you shed in private will become the oil of joy you pour out in public. The very places where you wept will become the places where you dance. What angels saw in your struggle was not defeat, but transformation. They saw the shaping of a vessel destined for glory. So do not think lightly of your tears. They are sacred. They are holy offerings. The darkness tried to make you ashamed of them, but heaven crowned them as treasures. You are not broken beyond repair. You are being shaped into something extraordinary. The angels did not weep in pity. They marveled in awe. They saw that your tears were not the end of your story, but the very beginning of a new chapter. Chosen one, lift your head. Heaven has seen it all. Your hidden tears are now holy testimonies, sealed forever in eternity's book. Chosen one, hear me with your whole spirit. You have walked through fire and carried weights that no one else could see. You have felt the sting of rejection, the silence of friends who turned away, and the heaviness of being misunderstood. The angels observed it all. Heaven itself leaned in to watch the way you handled the moments that crushed your heart. They marveled not because you were perfect, but because you chose faith, even when you had reasons to surrender. You stood in the tension between despair and hope, and your choice became a sound that echoed into eternity. Your story was never meant to blend into the crowd. It has always been distinct, sharp, and radiant, even if you could not see it in yourself. What shocked the angels was not only your endurance, but the fact that your endurance silenced the plans of the enemy. Every time you kept going, the darkness trembled. Every time you whispered a prayer, it created ripples in the spirit. Beloved, you need to know this truth. Your life carries authority, not just authority to endure, but authority to disrupt. Your very presence unsettles the plans of the adversary. That is why you were targeted so heavily. That is why storms followed you. That is why rejection tried to cling to you. It was never because you were weak. It was because you are chosen. And the chosen ones, even when they are bruised, remain dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." These words were not empty comfort, they were divine perspective. Your struggles, though they felt endless, were temporary, but what they produced in you, heaven declared eternal. That is what the angels saw. They saw that your endurance was shaping eternal glory. They saw that your scars were turning into crowns. Chosen one, do you understand? Nothing you have endured is wasted. Heaven turns every bruise into beauty, every trial into treasure, every scar into strength. What you thought would kill you has instead qualified you. The nights you wanted to quit became the training ground for authority. The betrayals that cut you deeply became the soil where compassion and wisdom grew. The angels saw it all, and they knew, this one carries a mantle. This one cannot be crushed. You see, the world is quick to label you. They may call you weak, unstable, or broken, but heaven has already renamed you. In the spiritual realm, your name is marked with fire. You are not weak, you are a warrior. You are not broken, you are a vessel chosen for glory. You are not forgotten, you are remembered by heaven's King. And every angel that paused to watch your struggle saw this truth rise out of the ashes. Beloved, when you cry out, heaven answers. When you pray, the very throne room responds. That is why the angels testified about your faith. They were witnesses in heaven's court that you refused to let go of God. Your life is proof that the human heart, when surrendered, becomes unstoppable. And because of that, your next chapter is not just survival, it is destiny. You are about to step into visibility. What was hidden in the shadows will now come into the light. Those who overlooked you will wonder how you rose. Those who dismissed you will be startled when your voice carries power. The angels saw it long before the world will see it. They saw you fight battles in secret. And now heaven is preparing to reveal your victory in public. So I urge you, chosen one, do not diminish yourself. Do not look down on your story. Your struggle was not a waste. It was the stage where heaven revealed strength. The angels did not watch with pity, they watched with awe. They knew that your hidden tears were chiseling eternal glory into your life. And soon, others will see the very same thing. Beloved, right here, right now, I want you to anchor this moment. You have listened. You have felt the stirring in your spirit. And now, it is time to respond. Type these simple words in the comments. I hear you. This is not for the algorithm. This is for your soul. When you write it, you are declaring agreement with heaven's testimony over your life. You are telling the angels who paused to watch you, I believe. You are telling the darkness that once tried to destroy you, I will not bow. Do not underestimate the power of this act. When you type those words, you mark a line in the sand. You step out of silence into declaration. You take ownership of what heaven has always known about you, that you are chosen, that you are crowned, that you are unstoppable. It may look like just 4 words, but those 4 words are a prophetic echo. They declare alignment. They declare surrender. They declare destiny. The angels saw your hidden tears. Now let heaven see your public agreement. Write it as a seal on your spirit. Say it not only with your hands but with your heart. I hear you. And may those words resound in eternity as the moment you declared your destiny out loud. Chosen one, you are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not forsaken. You are seen. You are known. You are loved. And you are marked. Heaven paused for you. Angels watched over you. And now heaven calls you forward. Step into your identity. Step into your inheritance. Step into the fullness of being chosen. Chosen one. The burdens you carried were heavy beyond measure. They did not sit on your shoulders lightly. They pressed into the very core of your being. And though invisible to most, heaven saw them clearly. The angels leaned in to watch as you bore weights that others could not have endured. Your quiet strength, hidden beneath layers of exhaustion, became a spectacle in the spiritual realm. What you carried in silence thundered in eternity. Every burden has a voice. Though you said nothing, the load you carried spoke volumes. It testified of your faith. It announced to the heavens that you were willing to endure even when your body trembled. It declared that you trusted God even when His hand seemed hidden. The angels were astonished because your story was not one of ease, but of resilience. They knew burdens crush the ordinary, yet you were not crushed. You bent but did not break. You stumbled but did not fall away. What made the angels marvel was not just the weight itself. but the way you walked with it. They watched as you rose each morning, with heaviness clinging to your chest. Yet you still chose to live. They saw the long nights where grief sat at the edge of your bed. And still you whispered, "God, I trust you." They saw you carry disappointments that could have destroyed faith. Yet you refused to let bitterness consume you. Heaven does not overlook such things. Every step under that weight was recorded in eternity's book. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 33, verse 14, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." These words were not meant for a people without weight. They were spoken to travelers carrying the heaviness of wilderness. They were spoken to souls who felt weary, uncertain, and overburdened. And they echo into your own story. God never left you to carry your burdens alone. Even when you felt crushed, His presence surrounded you. Even when you thought no one cared, Heaven bore witness. Chosen one. Burdens are not accidents. They are assignments disguised as pain. What you carried was not meaningless, it was preparation. The world might look at you and wonder why your life seemed filled with difficulties. But heaven knows why. The weight refined you. It sculpted character. It tested your endurance. And in that refining, something unshakable was formed within you. Angels marveled not at the heaviness itself, but at the endurance that heaviness produced. Understand this. The enemy hoped the burden would silence you. Darkness expected you to collapse under its weight. But instead, you discovered strength deeper than yourself. Instead, you found a well of resilience you never knew was there. And every time you stood back up, every time you pushed forward with trembling steps, the angels applauded. They do not marvel at wealth, status, or fame. They marvel at hearts that remain faithful under pressure. And you, chosen one, have been faithful. There were days you thought the burden proved you were cursed. But heaven saw something different. Heaven saw a mantle being forged. Heaven saw authority being born in you. The burdens were chiseling you into someone who could carry glory without being destroyed by it. They were teaching you how to depend fully on God's presence, so that when the moment of elevation comes, you will not crumble. The angels looked on with awe because they knew only the chosen are entrusted with such weight. Beloved, do not despise the weight you carried. It was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to identify you. Just as a crown is heavy upon the head of a king, your burdens signaled the crown that is coming. Just as gold is refined in fire, your spirit was refined under pressure. And now, what seemed unbearable is being transformed into something unshakable. Think of this. Angels are beings of light, accustomed to beholding glory itself. Yet they pause to watch you, a human soul, carry hidden loads with grace. That alone is astonishing, for angels know the truth, that when a mortal heart endures faithfully, it displays God's glory in a way even heaven celebrates. They saw divine strength shine through your fragile frame, and they could not turn away. Chosen one, every burden you bore in silence has eternal value. The world may never fully know the cost of your obedience. Friends may never understand the weight you carried in your private moments. But heaven knows. Heaven remembers. The record is written not in ink, but in fire. And one day, what you bore will be revealed as a testimony that strengthens many. Do you see now why the angels were shocked? They were not surprised at the presence of burdens that is common in a fallen world. They were astonished by how you bore them. They were astonished that you did not quit, when quitting would have been easier. They were astonished that you did not trade faith for bitterness. They were astonished that you carried weights meant to destroy you. Yet you carried them with a heart that refused to deny God. Beloved, your burdens are not the end of your story. They are the evidence of your capacity. They are the signs of your calling. You were chosen to carry what others could not. You were selected to bear weight because heaven knew you would not collapse. And now, those same burdens are being lifted. What once pressed you down will now propel you upward. What once broke your back will now strengthen your voice. What once silenced you will now amplify your testimony. So do not resent the weight you carried. See it as the mark of the chosen. Heaven's archives will always remember the way you bore it. And soon, the world will see what the angels already saw. A vessel that refused to be crushed. A warrior who would not bow. A chosen one marked by strength that only heaven could give. Chosen one. Do you feel it? That quiet stirring inside you is not random. It is heaven, reminding you of who you are. The angels saw something in your darkness that the world overlooked. They saw your light breaking through, even when shadows tried to smother it. They saw you walk into valleys with nothing but faith. And they were astonished that you refused to let the valley define you. What others dismissed, heaven honored. What others mocked, heaven magnified. Light always terrifies the darkness. And your light, though you often doubted it, has been a flame that could not be put out. Think back to the nights when despair wrapped around you like chains, yet deep within, a spark remained. That spark, beloved, was enough to disturb the enemy's plans. That spark was enough to make angels marvel, for they know one truth: no darkness, no matter how heavy, can extinguish the light of the chosen, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." These words are not reserved for the extraordinary, they are spoken over you. You are that light. You are that city set on a hill, and no amount of rejection, betrayal, or attack has been able to dim your glow. Heaven saw your flame flicker, but never go out. That is why they marveled. Chosen one, your light terrifies what lurks in shadows. That is why you have faced so many battles. It was never about your weakness, it was always about your radiance. Darkness fights hardest against those who carry light. And you, though scarred and weary, carry a brilliance that even the angels admire. Do not underestimate what you carry. You have been entrusted with a fire that shifts atmospheres, that breaks chains, that shakes the foundations of the enemy's camp. When you walk into a room, spiritual climates shift. You may not feel it, but the unseen realm reacts to your presence. Demons tremble because of the authority your spirit carries. Angels rejoice because they know you are walking in alignment with heaven's purpose. And though people around you may misunderstand, heaven never does. The angels saw it when you prayed quietly. They saw it when you forgave silently. They saw it when you kept shining, even when darkness pressed in from every side. Beloved, your light is not just for you. It is a torch meant to guide others. It is a beacon meant to break despair off those trapped in shadows. The angels were shocked because they knew how powerful your light is, and yet you doubted it. They saw the immense impact you would have. Even when you felt insignificant, They saw the ripples of your obedience reaching farther than you could imagine. Think about this. A single flame can light an entire forest on fire. In the same way, your faith, though it felt small, has sparked movements in the spirit that you cannot yet see. Your prayers have lit fires in the hearts of others. Your endurance has ignited courage in people who once thought they were alone. And heaven saw every spark, every flicker, every flame. Chosen one, your story matters. The angels did not pause because your struggle was ordinary. They paused because your struggle carried eternal weight. And now, heaven is urging you not to hide your light any longer. The world needs what you carry. The broken need your voice. The weary need your fire. The lost need your testimony. You are not invisible. You are indispensable. Beloved, I want to speak to your heart with sincerity. If these words resonate with you, if you feel the Spirit whispering confirmation as you listen, then do not keep this fire to yourself. Share it. Share this message with someone who feels like their light is fading. Share it with someone who thinks their struggle has no meaning. Your willingness to pass the flame could be the very thing that reignites their hope. And if you have not already, stay connected. Subscribe. Not because of numbers, but because heaven has more to pour into you. And I do not want you to miss the next word that could lift you higher. Think of it as remaining in the flow of anointing. When you stay near the source, your flame does not flicker out, it grows stronger. Even the simple act of liking this message is a form of agreement. It says, "Yes, I receive this light." It might seem small, but agreement always multiplies what heaven is doing. And when you comment, when you engage, you are not just interacting with a screen, you are declaring to heaven and to yourself, "I will not hide my light." Chosen one. Do you see how even the smallest step of faith carries weight? The angels rejoiced over every quiet act of obedience you made in private. In the same way, your public declaration, your willingness to share light, carries authority. Others are waiting for the flame you carry. Others are waiting to see someone like you rise. Not with perfection, but with authenticity, scars, and strength born from struggle. So let this be the moment you embrace it fully. You are the light of the world. You are the torchbearer in your family, in your community, in your generation. You are the one heaven has marked. Your light cannot be hidden. Your voice cannot be silenced. Your destiny cannot be stopped. The angels saw it, and now it is time for the world to see it too. Chosen one. Step forward. Shine brighter. Burn stronger. For your flame is not just yours, it belongs to heaven. And it belongs to those who will be set free because you dared to shine. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and listen with your spirit, not just your ears. There is a reason heaven has brought this word to you right now. You are standing at the intersection of endings and beginnings, and the angels who once watched your struggle are now gathered again. They saw what you endured. They saw what nearly broke you, and they were astonished that you did not collapse. And now, they are waiting to see your agreement with heaven's plan for your future. There were moments when you thought your life was unraveling, moments when despair whispered that you had lost your way. But what you felt as chaos was actually divine choreography. The hand of God was moving pieces you could not see, closing doors that were traps, blocking paths that would have destroyed you. The angels marveled at how mercy intervened just in time. When the enemy plotted your downfall, God rewrote the script. When despair pressed close, heaven pressed closer. Chosen one. You must understand this. Divine interruptions are not punishment. They are protection. The delays you resented were heaven's way of keeping you aligned with destiny. Every time you cried, "Why me?" Lord, the angels already knew the answer. Because you are chosen. Because your life carries weight. Because your destiny is too great to be wasted on detours that lead nowhere. They saw what you could not, that every obstacle was secretly training you for authority. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. These are not empty promises. They are etched into the foundation of your life. The angels marveled because even when you doubted, heaven's plan never wavered. The darkness tried to rewrite your future, but heaven's script remained unchanged. Beloved, there is power in knowing you are not walking through random chaos. You are walking through divine alignment. Every step, even the painful ones, has been ordered. You have been carried through seasons that made no sense, only to discover later that they were preparation. The angels paused, not because your pain was ordinary, but because they saw how heaven turned that pain into strategy. What looked like delay was actually positioning. What felt like loss was actually preservation. Consider this. When Joseph was betrayed by his brothers and thrown into a pit, the angels did not see defeat. They saw destiny being forged. When he was imprisoned, heaven did not see tragedy. Heaven saw preparation for the throne. In the same way, your setbacks were not the end of your story. They were the shaping of your crown. And the angels marveled because they knew what the pit could not erase, what prison could not silence. Destiny. Chosen one. That same destiny burns within you. The reason the attacks were relentless was not because you are weak, but because you are dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Your life carries a sound that disrupts. Your prayers release tremors in unseen places. Your endurance testifies that God's strength is greater than any weapon formed against you. And now, heaven calls you to step forward, not with hesitation, but with faith. Beloved, the angels saw what almost broke you. They saw how close you came to giving up. They saw you standing at the edge of despair, ready to let go. And then they saw mercy intervene. They saw grace wrap around you. They saw the Spirit breathe life back into your weary frame. And they marveled, because they knew this one is chosen, and chosen ones cannot be lost. Your story has not been wasted. Every chapter, even the darkest ones, carries redemption. Every scar holds glory. Every tear has been collected. Heaven has never lost track of you. And now, the season of survival is shifting into the season of rising. The angels stand in awe, not because your struggle was unique, but because your faith was unshakable. Chosen one. Let this moment be your response. Heaven has spoken. The angels have testified, and now your agreement is needed. Write this prophetic number in the comments: 4,444. This number is not random. It symbolizes stability, foundation, and divine order. By writing it, you are declaring, I choose alignment with heaven's plan. I accept the foundation God is building in my life. Do not underestimate the power of this act. It is more than numbers on a screen. It is a covenant declaration. When you type 4444, you are stepping into agreement with heaven's testimony. You are sealing the truth that your life is not chaos, but order. You are proclaiming that what angels saw in your struggle will now be revealed in your destiny. And let me explain why this matters. The angels have seen your hidden endurance, but heaven also waits for your spoken agreement. When your voice matches heaven's voice, doors open. When your declaration matches heaven's declaration, breakthroughs are released. Writing that number is not for me, it is for you. It is your way of saying, I hear heaven, and I align. Beloved. This is more than symbolic. It is prophetic action. Just as the Israelites marked their doors with blood as a sign of covenant, your declaration becomes a sign that you belong to God's plan. Angels recognize it. Darkness fears it. Heaven records it. Do not dismiss it. As small, it carries eternal weight. Chosen one. Your story is unfolding into glory. What angels saw in your struggle was the undeniable proof that you are marked for something greater. And now, heaven calls you to rise. Do not fear the weight of the calling. Do not despise the path that shaped you. Your foundation has been laid, and now your structure will rise. So lift your head, embrace the plan, and seal this moment with your declaration. The angels marveled at your endurance. Now let heaven marvel at your agreement. Write it, declare it, believe it. 4444. This is your number of alignment, your number of stability, your number of destiny. Heaven is waiting for your response. Chosen one. There is something you must know about the enemy. His greatest fear is not when you fall, it is when you rise again. What terrifies darkness is not your weakness, but the fact that weakness never had the final word over you. The angels saw this clearly. They watched as the enemy devised strategies, laid traps, and sent storms meant to overwhelm you. Yet every time you endured, every time you stood again. And that resilience shook the unseen world more than you realize. The enemy's secret fear has always been the unstoppable nature of a chosen one. He can touch circumstances, but he cannot erase destiny. He can strike at your body, but he cannot steal the anointing on your spirit. He can whisper lies to your mind, but he cannot silence the truth God planted in your soul. That is what angels saw in your struggle, the invincibility of a spirit aligned with heaven. Think of it. Many looked at your pain and saw defeat. Heaven looked at your pain and saw power. People looked at your losses and thought you had nothing left. The angels looked at your losses and saw what was being removed so that only the eternal could remain. Darkness looked at your scars and rejoiced. But heaven looked at your scars and crowned them with glory. The contrast was staggering, and that is why the angels marveled. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 37 declare, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Notice carefully, it does not say you avoided all battles, or that you never faced wounds. It says in all these things, in the fire, in the storm, in the valley, you are still more than a conqueror. The angels witnessed that truth being lived out in you. They saw you bleed, but they also saw you win. Beloved, the enemy fears your resilience because it is prophetic. It announces that no matter what hell throws at you, Heaven's mark remains. Your survival is not just survival, it is testimony. Every time you refused to quit, you preached a sermon to unseen realms. Every time you chose hope over despair, you declared to principalities that their power is limited. Every time you got back up, you reminded the enemy that his defeat is already sealed. Do you know what shocks angels the most? It is not the power of God, they are accustomed to it. It is not the majesty of heaven, they live in its radiance. What shocks them is when frail humanity reflects divine strength. What shocks them is when a heart surrounded by darkness still dares to sing. What shocks them is when someone like you chooses to believe in promises, even when the evidence is scarce. Your faith in struggle became a spectacle to heaven. Chosen one. Understand this. The enemy's fear is not irrational. He knows your potential. He has seen glimpses of your calling. He recognized long before you did that your life carries weight. That is why he tried to destroy you so early, so often, and so relentlessly. But every attempt became another testimony. Every attack became another layer of authority. Every trap that failed became another reason. Angels rejoiced. When you were rejected, heaven whispered, "Still chosen." End of. When you were betrayed, heaven declared, "Still called." End of. When you were mocked, heaven answered, "Still meaner." End of. When you were broken, heaven promised, "Still whole." End of ting. This is why the enemy trembles. He has no defense against relentless grace. He has no weapon strong enough to erase divine election. And your life proves it. The angels saw it every time the adversary tried and failed. They saw the unshakable hand of God preserving you. They saw the armor of faith holding you when everything else gave way. Beloved, let this truth settle in your heart. You are feared by the very forces that once tormented you. The enemy does not waste energy on those who are harmless. He reserves his fiercest battles for those who are destined to shake nations, break chains, and ignite generations. That is who you are. And the angels marveled, not because of the enemy's persistence, but because of your endurance. Consider this imagery. A storm rages, tearing through forests, flattening weak trees. But one oak remains. It roots deep, its trunk scarred, yet standing. That oak is you. The enemy sent storm after storm, expecting you to snap. But your roots were too deep. Heaven saw it. Angels marveled at it. And now, that oak will bear fruit for generations. Chosen one. You may look at your scars with shame, but heaven looks at them with honor. To angels, scars are proof of battles survived. They are not marks of defeat, they are badges of authority. They watched as you gathered scars but never surrendered your soul. They know what those scars mean. You are seasoned, refined, unbreakable, and soon others will recognize it too. The enemy fears what comes next. He sees the authority your struggle has birthed. He knows your voice now carries weight it did not before. He knows your prayers, sharpened by pain, pierce deeper than ever. He knows your presence alone unsettles darkness, and the angels rejoice, because they understand that the one who was once under attack is now rising as a warrior. Beloved, the angels were not shocked because the enemy attacked you. They were shocked because you endured without losing your flame. They saw that no matter how intense the battle, your spirit remained unextinguished. They saw you stumble, But they also saw you rise. They saw the enemy roar. But they also saw your faith roar louder, and that faith has become your weapon, your shield, your anthem, chosen one. Let the truth echo in your heart. You are not the weak one in this story. You are the threat. You are the disruption. You are the light that terrifies darkness. The enemy tried to silence you because he knew what would happen if your voice was released. He knew your testimony would break chains. He knew your endurance would inspire others. He knew your calling would shake realms. And so, heaven paused. Angelsmarfelt. They saw the secret fear of the enemy. You, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who you are in him. They saw what you could not yet see, that your struggle was never the end, but the unveiling of unstoppable glory, chosen one. Remember this always. Your scars are sacred. Your endurance is eternal. And your presence carries power. The angels know it. The enemy fears it. And heaven celebrates it. Chosen one. You have wondered why so much of your life has seemed delayed. Why promises spoken over you felt like they were put on pause. Why doors that seemed open suddenly closed. Why seasons stretched longer than you thought you could endure. These delays, though painful, were never punishment. They were divine alignment. The angels saw it clearly. They marveled not at the slowness, but at the precision of heaven's timing. Delay is one of the greatest mysteries of the chosen. To the human heart, it feels like neglect. To the spirit realm, it is the shaping of destiny. Heaven was never late concerning you. Every pause had purpose. Every waiting room was a classroom. The angels leaned close and saw how delay carved endurance into your soul, how waiting sharpened your discernment, how unanswered prayers purified your motives. They knew what you could not. Delay was protecting you from walking into places you were not yet ready to occupy. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. You mapped out a journey for yourself, but heaven reordered your path. And while you grieved over detours, the angels rejoiced because they knew the detours were deliverance. They understood that some roads you longed for were dead ends. They marveled when God's hand redirected your steps, even though you did not see his fingerprints at the time. Chosen one. Waiting seasons are refining seasons. Heaven does not waste time. Heaven invests time. While you felt still, heaven was active. While you thought you were stuck, heaven was building foundations beneath you. Every delay was constructing something eternal inside of you. The angels saw how the pause preserved you. They knew that rushing into destiny unprepared would have crushed you. And so they marveled when you endured the ache of waiting, even when you could not understand why. Beloved, delay is often heaven's disguise for acceleration. Think of an archer pulling back the string of a bow. To the arrow, it feels like retreat. To those watching, it looks like being held back. But in reality, the further back it is drawn, the further it will fly. That is what the angels saw in your delay. They saw tension being created, not to destroy you, but to launch you. They marveled because they knew your destiny would soar far beyond what you imagined. The enemy tried to use delay as a weapon. He whispered lies. God has forgotten you. The promise will never come. You have wasted your years. The angels saw those whispers surround you, and they marveled when you still clung to faith. They saw you refuse to give up. Even when the evidence of fulfillment seemed invisible, they knew that every day you chose to believe was another day you defied the enemy's lies. Chosen one. Delay is never denial. Heaven's calendar is not measured by your clock. The angels saw the alignment happening behind the scenes, relationships being prepared, opportunities being orchestrated, doors being fashioned, and you being refined. To rush ahead would have meant missing the divine convergence. They knew the story was too intricate, too holy, to unfold on your timeline. And so they paused and marveled at the patience you grew. Even when your heart ached, there were nights when you wept over promises unfulfilled. The angels were there. They saw the tears fall and the prayers rise. They knew heaven's silence was not absence, but strategy. They saw you wrestle with questions. When? Lord? How long? Lord? And they marveled because you asked in faith rather than walking away in bitterness. That faith became a fragrance before God, filling the courts of heaven with a testimony too precious to ignore. Beloved, what you thought was wasted time was actually investment. Heaven invested in your spirit, stretching your roots deeper than you realized. The angels watched as you grew sturdy, resilient, unshakable, and they knew that when the appointed time comes, nothing will be able to uproot you. They saw the transformation happening in hiddenness. They saw your waiting turn into wisdom, your longing turn into strength, your silence turn into authority. Chosen one, your delay is coming to an end. Heaven has not forgotten what was spoken over you. The angels who marveled at your endurance also know the timeline of your release. They understand that promises do not expire, they mature. And they saw that the season of waiting was the womb where destiny was being nurtured. Now, the time of birthing approaches. The delay has completed its work, so do not despise what seemed like lost years. They were not lost, they were planted. Every tear, every sigh, every moment of endurance was a seed. And heaven does not waste seeds. The angels saw the soil of your waiting, and they know the harvest will be abundant. They marveled because they understood the principle. The longer the seed is hidden, the greater the fruit when it breaks forth. Chosen one, you are about to walk into alignment so precise that you will look back and say, "Now I understand." The angels will not be shocked, for they saw it all along. They saw the unseen choreography of God guiding every step, every pause, every moment of silence. And they will rejoice when you step into what delay has prepared you to carry. Beloved, your story is not behind schedule. It is on divine schedule. The angels who marveled at your struggle now marvel at your readiness. The delay did not destroy you. It refined you. The pause did not disqualify you. It preserved you. And now, heaven whispers, the time is near. The wait is almost over. Chosen one, lift your eyes and see beyond delay. What the angels saw in your struggle was never weakness. It was endurance, faith, and trust, qualities that only chosen ones can carry through seasons of waiting. And soon, what was hidden will be revealed. Soon, what was delayed will be delivered. Heaven has aligned the pieces. The angels stand ready to celebrate, and you are about to see what they already knew, that the waiting was worth it. Chosen one, heaven has watched you stand trial after trial. And though many never knew the depth of your battles, The angels recorded every moment. They witnessed you walk into storms that should have drowned you. They saw you sit in silence while accusations swirled around your name. They leaned closer when you prayed with trembling lips. God, I still trust you. Even when the ground beneath you shook, heaven has not been indifferent. Heaven has been attentive. What you endured was not random, it was judicial. You stood in what the Bible describes as the courtroom of heaven. Your struggle was not just earthly drama. It was evidence being presented before a throne higher than any earthly judge. The enemy accused you, demanded your downfall, sought to disqualify you. But then, the angels rose to testify. They brought forward every tear, every whispered prayer, every act of obedience you gave in the dark, and their testimony silenced the accuser, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives, even unto death. This scripture reveals the truth the angels saw in your story. Testimony is a weapon. Your faith, your endurance, your refusal to surrender became evidence in the courts of heaven that you belong to God. Beloved, do you see how powerful this is? The world only saw your pain, but heaven saw your perseverance. People may have misunderstood your silence, but heaven interpreted it as strength. Those moments when you refused to retaliate were written down as righteousness. Those times when you chose forgiveness over revenge became powerful arguments in your favor. The courtroom of heaven rang with your faith, and the angels marveled. Chosen one. The enemy tried to convince you that your struggles were proof of God's absence, but in truth, they were proof of God's attention. He allowed your life to stand as testimony, not because He abandoned you, but because He trusted you. You are more than a survivor, you are a witness. You stand as evidence that even under pressure, even under accusation, faith in God endures. Consider the imagery: a courtroom filled with voices, accusations thrown like darts. But then the judge raises his hand. Silence fills the room. One by one, angels step forward, presenting evidence of your faithfulness. They show your prayers whispered in darkness, your tears shed in silence, your worship when no one was watching. They lay these before the throne, and heaven rules in your favor. The angels marveled not just at your endurance, but at the authority your endurance secured. Beloved, testimony is more than memory. It is legal power. When you recount what God has done, you activate authority in the Spirit. The angels know this. That is why they preserve every act of your faith. They know that when spoken, your story will shatter chains. They understand that your scars, once revealed, will silence the enemy's accusations in others' lives too. What you endured was never just for you, it was for generations who will overcome because you dared to endure. And here is the beauty. Heaven does not just record victories. Heaven records attempts. The angels testified not only about the times you triumphed, but also about the nights you wrestled and chose to rise again. Even in weakness, your persistence became evidence. Even in failure, your return to God became proof of His grace at work. The angels marveled because your testimony was not perfection, it was perseverance. Chosen one. Every courtroom needs a verdict. Heaven has already declared one over you, righteous, beloved, chosen. The accusations have no power because the blood of Jesus has already silenced them. The angels rejoice, not because the enemy accused, but because the accusations fell powerless. They saw you stand, not in your own strength, but under the covering of the Lamb, and that covering is unbreakable. So now, let your story speak. Do not hide the evidence of your endurance. Do not silence the testimony of your scars. Every time you speak of God's faithfulness, you swing a sword in the Spirit. Every time you share what you survived, you become a witness who defeats the accuser again. That is why heaven urges you, release your testimony. Your voice is part of heaven's arsenal. Beloved, let this moment be sealed with your agreement. Do not just hear these words, respond to them. In the comments, write this declaration: I overcome. Just 2 words, but they carry the weight of heaven's verdict. When you type them, you are not just interacting, you are prophesying. You are declaring alignment with Revelation's truth, that by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony, you stand victorious. And understand why this matters. When you write those words, you join your voice to the chorus of heaven. You remind the enemy that his accusations are nullified. You remind your own heart that you are already justified. You remind the angels who testified on your behalf that you agree with their witness. It is a simple act, but it resounds with eternal significance. Chosen one. The angels were shocked by the weight of your struggle, but they were even more astonished by the strength of your testimony. They knew the courtroom of heaven was stacked in your favor. They knew that grace would always outweigh accusation. They knew that your story was not ending in defeat, but in victory. And so they rejoiced. Your life, your scars, your endurance, they are evidence. Evidence that God's grace is stronger than any storm. Evidence that faith can outlast accusation. Evidence that chosen ones cannot be destroyed. And soon, the testimony you carry will not only silence the enemy in your life, but in the lives of countless others who hear your story. Chosen one, lift your head. The verdict is in. Heaven has ruled. You are free. You are chosen. You are victorious. Let your testimony rise like thunder, because it carries the authority of heaven itself. Chosen one, your journey has not been without fire. Every trial you endured, every storm you walked through, every betrayal you survived has been part of the refining. The angels looked on and marveled because they saw a mystery unfolding. What was meant to destroy you was instead forging you. Every tear became like molten metal. Every scar became like fire upon gold. You were not just surviving, you were being refined into something unbreakable, into someone who could carry glory. Think of the furnace. It is never comfortable. The heat is overwhelming. The air feels suffocating. Yet inside that furnace, impurities are burned away. What remains is not weaker, but stronger. The angels saw you walk through such a furnace. They saw the pressure. They saw the heat. They saw the moments when you thought you would not make it. And they marveled because you emerged, not consumed, but transformed. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42:8, verse 10. See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction to make you pure. These words are more than poetry. They are your story. You were tested in affliction. You were pressed in ways few could understand. But it was not random. It was the fire of destiny. The angels saw it. They witnessed your endurance in the furnace, and they rejoiced because they knew what the fire was producing in you. Chosen one. Your crown is forged in fire. Ordinary crowns are fashioned by human hands, but your crown has been shaped by suffering's flame. That is why it cannot be stolen. That is why it cannot be broken. The fire that once felt unbearable has secured your authority. You may have entered the furnace, trembling, but you are emerging, radiant. The angels marveled because they knew, this one carries a crown no hand can undo. Beloved, you did not walk through the fire alone. Just as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego found a fourth figure walking in their furnace, you too were never abandoned. The angels watched, astonished, as presence surrounded you in your darkest moments. What burned others could not burn you. What consumed others could not consume you. You are marked, sealed, protected. The furnace was never your end, it was your proving ground. And now, chosen one, what was hidden in fire is about to be revealed in glory. The authority forged in suffering will soon become visible. The resilience you cultivated will soon be recognized. The crown that was shaped in your darkest nights will shine in your brightest days. The angels marveled because they saw the exchange. Ashes turned into beauty, mourning into joy, heaviness into praise. Do not despise the fire. Do not resent the furnace. Without it, the crown could not exist. Without it, the authority would lack weight. Your trials were not wasted. They were investment. They were deposits into your destiny, each one adding weight to your crown. The angels marveled because they understood this truth. Only chosen ones are entrusted with crowns born from affliction. Chosen one, you are stepping into a season where what was forged in secret will be displayed openly. The world will not understand the glow around you, the wisdom in your voice, or the fire in your spirit. But heaven will know. Angels will nod, remembering the nights they watched you cry, the days they saw you endure, the moments they heard you whisper, "Still I will trust." That trust was the fire that shaped your crown. And beloved, let me speak to your heart with sincerity. If this message has stirred something deep within you, if you feel the resonance of truth in your soul, then do not keep it to yourself. Share it. Share it because someone else is still in the furnace. And they need to know that fire does not mean failure, it means formation. Share it because another chosen one is wondering if they will survive. And your willingness to pass this word could be the encouragement that keeps them standing. If you have not yet, stay connected. Subscribe, not out of obligation, but because you are part of a family of chosen ones who walk together. This is not just content, it is communion. It is a flow of words heaven is releasing to strengthen you. And each message is a flame added to your fire. Do not walk this road alone. Remain close. Remain connected. Remain in the stream of encouragement. Heaven is pouring out here. And even something as simple as liking this message matters. It may feel small, but in the spirit, agreement always multiplies. When you engage, you echo, "Yes, I receive this crown." When you share, you become a torchbearer who passes the flame. And when you subscribe, you anchor yourself to a flow of reminders that heaven has not forgotten you, that the crown is secure, and that the fire was worth it. Chosen one, your story is far from over. What angels saw in your struggle will soon be what the world sees in your triumph. Your crown is not just symbolic, it carries authority. It is the proof of endurance, the evidence of faith, the mark of one who was chosen and refined. Do not hide it. Do not diminish it. Wear it with humility, but also with confidence, because heaven itself placed it on your head. The angels marveled at your struggle. They rejoiced in your endurance. And soon, they will celebrate as you step fully into the season of wearing what you paid for in the furnace. Your crown is forged. Your authority is sealed. Your destiny is unfolding. And you, beloved, chosen one, are walking into glory. Chosen one. There is a sound in heaven that rises every time you endure. It is not the sound of pity, it is the sound of applause. Angels are not impressed by wealth or titles, but they are astonished when a fragile human refuses to surrender faith in the middle of the storm. They saw the nights you wanted to quit, yet whispered, "I will not let go of God." They saw you stumble but still choose to stand again. And every time you did, the heavens rejoiced. What you may have thought was silence was actually celebration. In the unseen, angels clapped their hands. Voices joined in praise. And heaven recorded another testimony of your perseverance. Not because you were flawless, but because you remained faithful. The world measures success by visible victories, but heaven measures it by unseen faith. You became a spectacle of resilience in the courts of heaven, and that is why the angels marveled. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. These words are not abstract poetry, they are living truth. Your nights of weeping were real. Your mornings of rejoicing are promised. And the angels saw it in motion. Even when you could not, they knew the sorrow would not last forever. They knew joy was already on its way. Beloved, do not underestimate what your endurance produced. Each time you chose faith in the dark, you sent shockwaves into the spirit realm. Each refusal to give up became a strike against the enemy. The angels rejoiced because they saw the ripple effect. Your decision to hold on strengthened not just you, but countless others who will one day hear your testimony. Your perseverance became a seed that will multiply. Think about this. The angels who encircle the throne of God are accustomed to constant worship. They hear songs of glory that never cease. Yet they paused their gaze toward the throne to watch you, because your obedience in the middle of affliction became a worship song unlike any other. The beauty of heaven's chorus is unmatched. Yet your whispered prayers in the dark were music that astonished even them. Chosen one. Do you know how powerful that is? You turned your struggle into a song. You turned your pain into praise. And the angels celebrated every note. They knew your melody was not born in comfort, but in fire. They knew your praise carried weight because it cost you something. Worship without cost may sound loud, but worship forged in suffering shakes eternity. That is what they saw in you. Beloved, applause in heaven is not shallow. It is not flattery. It is recognition of truth. The angels celebrated because they saw you walk through storms that should have ended your story. Yet here you are. They rejoiced because they knew your survival was not luck, it was destiny. They marveled because they understood what you often forget, that you are chosen, sustained, and crowned. Your endurance became a testimony not only for heaven, but also for earth. One day, Others will look at your story and find courage for their own. The angels rejoiced because they foresaw that your scars would heal others. Your survival would inspire others, and your faith would awaken others. What you endured in secret will become a public song of hope. Chosen one. The applause of heaven is different from the applause of people. People cheer for success they can see. Heaven celebrates faith it cannot deny. People may not have clapped for you in your darkest hours. They may not have recognized your courage, but the angels did. Heaven did, and their applause is eternal. It does not fade. It does not shift with opinions. It does not depend on circumstances. It is anchored in who you are and whose you are, beloved. The sound of heaven's applause is not only for your past, it is also for your future. The angels are rejoicing because they know what comes next. They know that the endurance you cultivated has positioned you for greater authority. They know that the tears you shed are about to water fields of harvest. They know that the joy promised in the Psalms is about to break forth in your life. Consider this. When Stephen, the first martyr of the early church, lifted his eyes to heaven, he saw Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Not sitting, standing. It was as though heaven itself rose in honor of his faithfulness. Chosen one. The same happens with you. When you stand in trials, heaven stands with you. When you remain faithful, heaven applauds you. The angels rejoice because your endurance reflects the Lamb who endured all things. Chosen one. Let this truth heal the ache of invisibility. You have felt unseen, uncelebrated, forgotten. But heaven has never missed a moment. Every act of faith, every quiet endurance, every hidden obedience has been celebrated by angels. You are not invisible. You are unforgettable in the courts of heaven. So walk forward with confidence. You do not need the applause of people when you carry the applause of heaven. You do not need earthly recognition when you are already recognized by eternity. Your life is a living testimony. Your scars are sacred songs. And your endurance is celebrated by angels who know the worth of your calling. Beloved, the angels were shocked, not because you struggled, but because you triumphed in struggle. They rejoiced, not because the fire was hot, but because you came out shining. They celebrated not because the valley was deep, but because you kept walking until you reached the other side. They know what this means. Your story is not just survival, it is glory. Chosen one. Lift your head high. You are applauded, not pitied. You are celebrated, not forgotten. You are honored, not dismissed. The angels saw it. Heaven recorded it. And eternity will echo it forever. Chosen one. You are marked. The angels have testified of it. They saw your struggle. They saw your endurance. And now they see the seal of heaven upon your life. You are not ordinary. No matter how often you've been told otherwise, you are set apart, designed with intention, and sealed with purpose. Heaven's mark is not faint, it is radiant. The angels marveled at how clearly it shines, even when you could not see it yourself. Beloved, being marked means you cannot blend in. It explains why you have always felt different, why crowds never truly satisfied you, why the paths of others did not fit your feet. You were not created for imitation. You were created for distinction. The angels saw it long before you did. They watched as you tried to fit in, and they marveled because heaven's seal would not let you disappear. Even in seasons where you ran from your calling, the mark remained. Chosen one. The mark on your life is why battles have pursued you so fiercely. Darkness recognized it, even when you did not. That mark drew storms. But it also drew angelic covering. You were never left exposed. Each attack was a failed attempt to erase what cannot be erased. Heaven's seal is indestructible. The angels marveled when they saw you walk through fire with the mark still glowing. When they saw you stumble yet rise again with the seal unbroken. It is the undeniable evidence that you belong to God and cannot be stolen. Beloved, the mark also explains the restlessness in your spirit. Ordinary life could never satisfy you because you were not designed for ordinary things. You felt the tension, the sense that there must be more, and heaven confirmed it. The angels rejoiced because they knew that longing was proof of your destiny, calling you forward. You were marked to lead, marked to heal, marked to shine in places others fear to enter. And though you doubted yourself, the mark never doubted you. It remained, constant and radiant, reminding heaven of who you are and whose you are. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 18. Yet I reserve 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed to Baal, and whose mouths have not kissed him. These words reveal a mystery. God always has a remnant marked for himself, sealed against compromise, preserved for destiny, chosen one. You are part of that remnant. The angels marveled because they knew you were counted among those who would not bow to darkness. Even when the pressure was fierce, being marked is not without cost. It means rejection by many, misunderstanding by others, and battles that seem relentless, yet heaven sees it differently. The rejection was redirection. The misunderstanding was protection. The battles were preparation. The angels were shocked because, though the cost was high, you still carried the seal with courage. They knew the weight of what you bore, and they knew the glory it was producing. Chosen one. Your mark is not just identity, it is authority. It is a spiritual signature recognized in heaven and feared in hell. That is why storms came against you. That is why the enemy tried to erase you, because he saw the mark. But what angels know is what you must remember. The mark is indelible. It cannot be erased by failure, by shame, by accusation, or by delay. It is written in eternal ink, sealed by the Spirit of the living God. Beloved, there were times you doubted your value. You wondered if your life mattered, if your efforts were wasted. The angels saw you question yourself. Yet they marveled, because even in your questioning, the mark shone brighter. It is not dependent on your feelings. It is anchored in God's decree. You are marked not because of what you have done, but because of who you are to Him. This is why you have endured what you endured. Ordinary vessels do not carry extraordinary weight. The angels rejoiced because they understood what you carried: an assignment, amante, a destiny woven into your very being. They marveled because they saw that nothing could strip it away, not even your weakest moments. Heaven's seal is stronger than your doubts. Chosen one, you are stepping into a season where the mark will be revealed openly. What was hidden in secret will be undeniable. Those who overlooked you will see. Those who dismissed you will wonder, not because you sought recognition, but because heaven's timing has arrived. The angels are already rejoicing because they know the unveiling has begun. Beloved, pause here. Let this truth settle into you. You are marked. Heaven knows it. Angels witness it. The enemy fears it. And now it is your turn to declare it. Anchor this moment with a prophetic act. Write this number in the comments. 555. This number is a sign of divine grace, of transition, of movement into new seasons. It declares that you are not stuck, you are shifting. It is heaven's way of saying, the seal remains, and the journey continues. And when you write 555, you are not typing at random. You are testifying. You are saying, I carry the mark of heaven. I am sealed by grace. I am stepping into my new season. The angels who marveled at your struggle will now rejoice at your declaration. Heaven will record it as a moment of alignment, as a seal upon your own lips that matches the seal already upon your spirit. Chosen one. This is more than symbolic. Numbers speak prophetically. Just as Israel marked their doorposts with blood as a sign of covenant, your declaration marks you again as one who belongs to God. The angels see it. Heaven records it, and the enemy trembles at it. Do not dismiss this act. It is faith in action, the echo of your agreement with what heaven already decreed. Beloved, you are not hidden. You are not overlooked. You are marked. You are chosen. The angels saw it in your struggle. They see it now in your rising, and they will see it in your future glory. The mark is not fading. It is burning brighter. And soon, the world will see what heaven has always known. You are sealed for destiny, crowned for purpose, and unstoppable in grace. Chosen one. Do you realize that every battle you faced was training? The storms that came against you were never random. They were purposeful. Each struggle shaped you. Each hardship sculpted you into someone the enemy could not silence. The angels looked on as your story unfolded and marveled at the transformation. What was meant to crush you became the very tool that formed your strength. What was meant to weaken you made you unshakable. The training ground of suffering is not pleasant, yet it is powerful. It strips away illusions, reveals what truly matters, and sharpens the spirit in ways comfort never could. The angels saw you walk through those fires of training and were astonished by your persistence. They saw how you endured trials that could have hardened you into bitterness. Yet you chose instead to let them refine you. That decision alone set you apart as one of God's rare warriors. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 3. Endure hardship with us like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. These words were not meant for the faint-hearted. They were written for those who would walk through fire with faith, who would be trained by adversity rather than destroyed by it. They describe you, chosen one. The angels marveled because they knew your hardships were never wasted. They were building you into a soldier of Christ. Beloved, think of how a soldier trains. They are pushed beyond their limits, exposed to pressures that stretch their endurance, taught discipline that feels relentless. All of it prepares them for battles ahead. In the same way, your struggles were training sessions. Your tears were drills. Your disappointments were lessons. Your endurance was the proof of your readiness. The angels knew what was happening, and they stood in awe as you persevered. Chosen one. Many times you thought, why me? Why must I go through this? Heaven's answer is simple: because you are chosen to carry more. Ordinary lives do not require extraordinary training. But you are not ordinary. The angels knew it from the beginning. That is why they paused when they saw you wrestle in the night and still rise with faith in the morning. They understood what was being forged inside you. Do not resent the process. Do not despise the training. Every wound, every scar, every lesson became a tool in your arsenal. The angels marveled because they could already see you, not as a victim, but as a warrior. They knew the fire would not consume you, it would equip you. And they celebrated each step of your transformation. Beloved, storms do not come to destroy chosen ones. They come to reveal chosen ones. Every storm you endured peeled back layers you thought defined you, until only what was eternal remained. The angels rejoiced because they saw you emerging with strength that could not be shaken, with wisdom that could not be stolen, with faith that could not be silenced. They saw the makings of a warrior rising from the ashes of suffering. You may look at your scars and feel weakness, but heaven looks at them and sees weapons. Each scar is a reminder of battles survived, of lesson learned, of authority gained. The angels marveled because they knew those scars would one day speak louder than sermons. They knew your scars were sermons themselves, living testimonies of endurance, resilience, and victory. Chosen one. Training is not glamorous. It rarely feels holy while you are in it. But heaven saw the holiness of your struggle. They saw how every hardship was shaping character, how every setback was producing endurance, how every tear was watering seeds of wisdom. The angels celebrated because they knew the outcome would be glorious, even when you could not yet see it. Beloved, understand this. Warriors are not made in palaces. They are made in battlefields. Kings are not forged in comfort. They are forged in conflict. Your training was proof of your destiny. The angels saw the weight you carried and marveled that you endured it with faith. They rejoiced because they knew, when the time of revealing comes, you will not merely survive, you will reign. Consider how David was trained. Before he wore a crown, he faced lions and bears in hidden fields. Before he fought Goliath, he learned faithfulness in obscurity. The angels watched your hidden battles the same way. They saw you overcome private lions of despair and bears of fear. They knew these victories in secret were preparing you for public triumphs. Chosen one. Do not despise the hidden training. Do not underestimate the significance of what you endured in silence. The angels saw it. They recorded it. They marveled at it. And one day, the world will see the fruit of it. Your struggle was never wasted. Your training has prepared you for impact beyond what you imagine. Beloved, the angels' astonishment was not at your pain, it was at your perseverance. They knew that perseverance under pressure is the sign of true strength. They understood that your endurance was building eternal weight of glory. They saw you becoming the warrior heaven always knew you were meant to be. So, lift your head. The training is not in vain. The scars are not empty. The struggle was not pointless. You have been forged in fire, sculpted by storms, trained by trials, and the angels who watched it all are now rejoicing because they know the next chapter is not struggle, it is deployment. You are ready. You are equipped. You are chosen. Chosen one. The training ground of suffering has produced in you what nothing else could: resilience, authority, wisdom, and unshakable faith. And heaven celebrates it. The angels saw your struggle, and they were shocked, not because you suffered, but because you emerged stronger. They saw your training, and they marveled because they knew what it meant. A warrior has been prepared, chosen one. There is a mystery in rejection. What people threw away, heaven preserved. What was despised on earth, angels honored in heaven. You have felt the sting of being overlooked, the pain of being cast aside, the heaviness of knowing you did not fit where you longed to belong. Yet the angels saw more than sorrow, they saw prophecy in motion. They marveled because they knew rejection was not the end of your story, but the beginning of a greater one. The world often misjudges value. They measure worth by appearance, status, or popularity. But heaven's scale is different. What looks small to people can shake kingdoms in the spirit. What looks broken to people can carry the greatest authority in eternity. The angels knew this. That is why they were astonished when they saw you endure rejection with dignity. You were cast aside, but you did not curse yourself. You were excluded, but you did not stop believing in purpose. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, verse 22, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." These ancient words were more than a metaphor, they were prophecy. They pointed to Christ. But they also reveal a pattern for all chosen ones. Rejection is not final, it is redirection. Discarded stones become foundations. Overlooked lives become anchors. The angels rejoiced because they saw this pattern playing out in you. Beloved, rejection is never comfortable. It pierces deeper than many wounds. It whispers lies. You are unwanted. You are unworthy. You are unloved. The angels saw those lies circle you, and they marveled because you did not let them define you. Yes, you cried. Yes, you questioned. But somewhere inside, you refused to agree with the verdict of men. Somewhere inside, you chose to keep moving, even when you walked alone. And that choice became your testimony. Chosen one. The truth is this: people's rejection is often heaven's protection. The doors that closed kept you from walking into prisons disguised as opportunities. The friendships that ended shielded you from hidden betrayals that would have destroyed your spirit. The places where you were not welcome were never meant to carry your destiny. The angels saw the pain of closed doors, yet they also saw the wisdom of God in every redirection. They marveled because they knew you were not being pushed away, you were being positioned. Beloved, look closely at the pattern of your life. Every rejection left space for something greater. Every closed door led you closer to the right one. Every season of loneliness taught you to hear heaven's voice more clearly. What people called loss was actually alignment. What people dismissed became the very evidence that you were chosen. The angels were astonished because they knew that what was cast away on earth was crowned in heaven. Think of Joseph, rejected by his brothers, sold as a slave, imprisoned without cause. People saw a discarded life. Heaven saw a future ruler. The angels marveled when Joseph endured rejection without abandoning faith. And one day, that same rejected brother became the cornerstone of his family's survival. Chosen one. The same story echoes in you. What they rejected, God will raise up. What they dismissed, God will display. What they thought was worthless will become priceless. Rejection has forged humility in you. It stripped away the need for applause, the hunger for approval, the craving for recognition, and in its place, it birthed resilience, authenticity, and authority. The angels rejoiced because they knew these qualities would anchor you when elevation comes. They saw you being shaped into someone who could carry responsibility without pride, who could carry glory without arrogance. Beloved, your story is not defined by who left you. It is defined by who remained with you, heaven itself. Angels stood by when others walked away. God's presence surrounded you when silence echoed. You may have felt abandoned, but you were never truly alone. And the angels marveled because they saw the truth. You are never forsaken, never forgotten, never discarded in heaven's eyes. Chosen one. Rejection is painful, but it is also prophetic. It announces that you are not meant to fit into shallow molds. It declares that you are reserved for a higher place. Builders often overlook stones that do not seem to fit, only to discover later that those very stones are perfect for the foundation. You are that stone. The angels knew it. They saw what you would become, even when others failed to see it. Beloved, let your scars of rejection be reminders, not of worthlessness, but of divine purpose. Let every no spoken over you remind you that heaven had a louder yes. Let every door that closed remind you that the right one was being prepared. The angels marveled, not because rejection hurt you, but because it did not destroy you. They rejoiced because they knew the cornerstone was rising from what the builders left behind. So, chosen one, lift your head. You are not the rejected, you are the reserved. You are not the discarded, you are the destined. You are not the forgotten, you are the foundation. The angels saw it. Heaven confirmed it. And one day, the world will see it too. Your rejection has already been rewritten into glory. The angels knew it all along. And now, it is only a matter of time before others recognize what heaven has always celebrated. You are the stone that could not be ignored. The cornerstone chosen for eternal purpose. Chosen one. Your story has always carried weight beyond what you realized. The angels saw it every step of the way. They watched you endure nights of loneliness, days of misunderstanding, and seasons where obedience cost you dearly. They saw you choose faith even when it broke your heart. And they marveled, not because suffering is rare, but because obedience in suffering is sacred. They saw how heaven's light in you shone brighter every time you chose to obey rather than rebel. Obedience is not easy. It asks you to surrender what feels safe, to walk away from what is familiar, to trust what you cannot yet see. The angels saw how much it cost you. They saw the friendships you lost because you chose righteousness. They saw the opportunities you turned down because you would not compromise. They saw the tears you cried when you said yes to God and no to comfort. And they rejoiced, because each choice was evidence of your faith. Chosen one. Obedience carved depth in you that comfort never could. Every yes you whispered in secret became a seed planted in eternity. The angels saw you hesitate, wrestle, and weep, but still surrender. They knew what you were gaining, even when you felt only loss. Your choices were chiseling a vessel fit for greater glory, shaping a heart that heaven could trust. What cost you here became treasure there, and the angels rejoiced at every step of your yielding. Beloved, obedience is not weakness, it is warfare. Each time you refused compromise. You struck at the enemy's schemes. Each time you chose holiness over comfort. You silenced the accusations of darkness. The angels marveled because they saw the unseen victories you won through hidden obedience. They saw principalities tremble as your quiet yes thundered louder than armies. You thought, no one noticed. But heaven noticed, and heaven records your obedience not as loss, but as eternal triumph and lasting authority. The ancient words in the 1st of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 22, declare, "To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams." This verse is more than instruction, it is revelation. Obedience carries weight in heaven. Sacrifice impress people, but obedience honors God. The angels marveled because they saw you obey when no one else was watching, when the applause was absent, when the reward seemed invisible. Beloved, your obedience has been costly, but it has also been powerful. It has shifted atmospheres, silenced accusations, and opened doors that no human could close. The angels know this. They watched as your obedience became a weapon in the spirit realm. Every time you chose God's way over your own, chains broke. Every time you surrendered your will, darkness lost its grip. Chosen one. Obedience has marked you as trustworthy. Heaven does not entrust weighty assignments to those who cannot obey in small things. Your yes in the secret place prepared you for your assignment in the open. The angels rejoiced because they saw your faithfulness in private. They knew it was only a matter of time before that faithfulness would bear fruit in public. And here is the truth. Your obedience has not gone unnoticed. Heaven recorded every yes. Heaven treasured every surrender. And heaven is preparing to reward every act of faith. The angels marveled because they saw what was coming, the unveiling of promises tied to your obedience. Beloved, obedience is not glamorous. It rarely looks victorious in the moment. Sometimes it feels like loss. Sometimes it feels like weakness. But the angels saw the truth. It was strength. It was authority. It was victory. They celebrated because they knew the cost of obedience is always outweighed by the glory of its reward. Chosen one. Let this message sink deeply. Your obedience is prophetic. It declares to the world and to the unseen that you belong wholly to God. It announces that you are chosen not only in name, but in action. It testifies that your love for God is greater than your love for self. That is why heaven celebrates it. That is why angels marvel at it. Now, beloved, I want to speak to you with sincerity. If these words resonate in your spirit, if you know obedience has cost you something, then do not let this moment pass silently. Take a step of agreement. Share this word so another chosen one who is weary in obedience may find strength. Your share may be the spark that reignites their faith. And if you have not already, stay connected. Subscribe, not for numbers, but for nourishment. These words are streams of living water, reminders that you are not alone. Encouragements for your soul. Do not walk this path, isolated remain, where heaven's voice continues to reach you. Even a simple act of liking this message matters. It is a quiet but powerful way of saying, yes, I honor what God is doing. Agreement multiplies impact. And when you comment, you give voice to your spirit. So right now, I invite you, write these words in the comments. I will obey. Just 3 words. but they carry eternal weight. They are not for me, they are for heaven. They are your declaration that your yes is still alive. Chosen one. Obedience has not been easy. The angels saw your tears. They saw your sacrifices. They saw the loneliness that came with your yes, and they marveled. Because in your obedience they saw a glimpse of Christ, the one who obeyed unto death, and through that obedience brought life to all. Your obedience reflects His. Your yes echoes His, and heaven celebrates it. So do not regret what you surrendered. Do not resent what you lost. Every yes planted seeds of glory. Every surrender watered your destiny. Every choice to obey was a brick laid in the foundation of your crown. And soon, the world will see what the angels have always seen, obedience crowned with glory. Chosen one. Heaven applauds you. Angels testify of you. God smiles over you. Keep walking. Keep trusting. Keep obeying. For your yes has already shaken realms, and your yes will continue to shape eternity. Chosen one. There is something you must understand about mercy. It is not weakness, nor is it casual kindness. Mercy is heaven, holding back what could have consumed you. Mercy is the shield that stood between you and destruction. Mercy is the hand of God extended when justice had every right to fall. The angels witnessed moments when judgment could have come, yet mercy stepped in, and they marveled because they saw how close you came to the edge and how God refused to let you fall. Mercy is not given because you earned it. Mercy flows because God loves you. The angels knew the seriousness of what you endured. They saw the rebellion, the mistakes, the missteps that could have sealed your story, and they watched as heaven whispered, "Not yet. I will give them space to rise." What shocked them was not your weakness, but God's patience. They marveled at the lengths He went to cover you, to wait for you, to keep you. The Word of God declares in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 22, "Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed. His compassions never fail. They are new each morning. His faithfulness is great, enduring forevermore." These words are more than ancient comfort. They are the explanation of your survival. You were not consumed because mercy held you. Compassion did not fail when everything else around you did. The angels saw compassion flow like a river into your story, and they marveled because they knew justice alone would not have spared you. Beloved, mercy gave you room to breathe when suffocation closed in. Mercy gave you another sunrise after nights you thought would never end. Mercy gave you chances others would have denied. The angels saw how often mercy rewrote your ending. They knew judgment would have been final, but mercy created continuation. Mercy created restoration. Mercy created destiny. Chosen one. Mercy is the reason your story did not stop in darkness. The angels saw moments when you turned away, yet heaven still followed. They saw times when you doubted, yet grace still covered. They marveled because heaven did not deal with you according to your failures, but according to your future. That is the mystery of mercy. It sees not only who you are, but who you are becoming. Beloved, do not mistake mercy for weakness. Mercy is power, restrained. Mercy is judgment, delayed. Mercy is love, refusing to let go. The angels trembled when they saw the depth of mercy extended toward you. They knew that one act of rebellion could have closed your eyes to light, yet mercy intervened. They knew that one careless decision could have ended destiny, yet mercy rewrote the script. That is why they marveled, because mercy is not ordinary. Mercy is divine. Consider this. When Israel built a golden calf in the wilderness, heaven had every reason to destroy them. Yet mercy interceded. When David sinned and should have been disqualified, mercy covered him. When Peter denied Jesus 3 times, mercy restored him. The angels saw similar moments in your life, moments when justice demanded consequence, yet mercy spoke louder. They marveled because mercy did not merely excuse. It transformed. It did not only delay punishment, it prepared restoration. Chosen one. Mercy is why you are still standing. The angels celebrated when you rose again after falling. They rejoiced when you turned back after straying. They marveled when you discovered that mercy was not a one-time gift, but a continual river. You have been sustained not by perfection, but by mercy. You have been carried not by flawless obedience, but by relentless compassion. And heaven knows this truth. Mercy has made you unshakable. Beloved, you may look back with shame, but heaven looks back with testimony. The angels saw how mercy turned mistakes into lessons, failures into wisdom, rebellion into redemption. They knew your story was not ending in condemnation, but in restoration. They knew mercy was sculpting you into a vessel that understands grace deeply, one who can extend compassion to others because you have lived under compassion yourself. Chosen one. Mercy is not done with you. Even now, it surrounds you. Even now, it speaks over you. Even now, it shields you from consequences that could have crushed you. The angels still marvel because mercy has not stepped aside. It continues to guide, to preserve, to sustain, and it will carry you into the fullness of your destiny. Do not despise the delays that mercy created. Sometimes mercy paused your path because you were not yet ready. Sometimes mercy shut doors because walking through them would have harmed you. Sometimes mercy slowed your pace so healing could catch up with you. The angels knew this. They marveled at how carefully mercy directed your journey, even when you misread it as rejection. Beloved, your survival is proof of mercy. Your endurance is evidence of compassion. The angels do not marvel at strength alone, they marvel at mercy's power. They know what you escaped. They know what could have been final, and they know mercy made the difference. That is why they watch you now with awe, because they see not only your scars, but the mercy that preserved you through them. Chosen one. Your story is a living monument to mercy. It proclaims that judgment was delayed, that grace was extended, that compassion never failed. And as you continue, the angels rejoice because they know mercy has not finished its work. It is still shaping you. It is still covering you. It is still preparing you for glory. Lift your eyes. Beloved, do not live in shame for what mercy has already erased. Do not dwell in fear when compassion surrounds you. Do not question your worth when heaven has already sealed you with mercy. The angels saw it. The angels marveled at it. And the angels will continue to rejoice as mercy carries you from survival to destiny. Chosen one. So much of your battle has been hidden. You walked through wars no one around you could see. Smiles on the outside often covered storms on the inside. Laughter at times masked the ache of sleepless nights. The angels bore witness to those unseen struggles, and they marveled not at your weakness, but at your strength to keep standing when no one knew what it cost you. Hidden battles are often the fiercest ones. They leave no medals, no applause, no recognition. Yet they test the soul more deeply than public wars ever could. You fought them quietly. You wrestled with doubts that tried to drown you. You carried fears that whispered constantly. You pressed forward under weights that no one acknowledged. The angels knew it, and they marveled at how faithfully you endured without earthly validation. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." These words explain your story. Trouble was never a sign of abandonment. It was proof of the battleground you were called to. And yet, in every hidden conflict, the overcoming spirit within you spoke louder than the enemy's accusations. The angels watched that overcoming spirit rise up, and they marveled as you carried on. Beloved, the hardest wars are often the silent ones. No one applauded you for getting out of bed when depression weighed heavy. No one saw the courage it took to forgive when betrayal sliced deep. No one recognized the strength it required to keep believing when disappointment mocked your prayers. But heaven saw. The angels saw. They recorded every act of silent bravery. Every moment you chose faith when silence answered your cries. Hidden battles forged depth in you. They made you stronger than you know. They taught you reliance not on the approval of people, but on the presence of God. The angels rejoiced because they understood the hiddenness was not punishment, but preparation. They knew those battles would birth wisdom and compassion in you, qualities only gained in secret struggles. Chosen one. Hidden battles are never wasted. They are where authority is born. The angels marveled because they knew your hidden victories were shaping a crown the world cannot see yet. They knew that each silent yes to God was building eternal weight of glory. They knew that the scars from unseen wars would one day shine as marks of authenticity and power. Consider David in the wilderness, slaying lions and bears while no one watched. Those victories, hidden from human eyes, prepared him for the giant everyone would see. Your story is the same. The angels saw you conquer your lions of fear, your bears of despair. In secret, they marveled because they knew those hidden triumphs were preparing you for giants that would one day fall before you. Beloved, you may feel as though your hidden battles went unnoticed, but heaven misses nothing. The angels not only saw, they testified. They presented your hidden endurance before the throne. They declared your faithfulness in the unseen, and heaven's record is far more lasting than earthly recognition. The applause of people fades, but the testimony of angels endures forever. Chosen one. Your hidden battles are part of your calling. They shaped the depth of your spirit, the strength of your voice, the authenticity of your faith. The angels marveled because they knew these hidden seasons were preparing you for visible impact. Without the secret struggle, the public victory would collapse. But because of what you endured in silence, your foundation is unshakable. Beloved, hidden battles can feel lonely. They can convince you that you are unseen. But remember this, you are surrounded. The angels of God encamped around you even when you felt isolated. They ministered to your weary soul. They strengthened you in the night hours. They stood watch as you fought tears, doubts, and fears. They knew you were chosen, and they guarded you accordingly. The weight of your hidden struggle was not wasted. The angels marveled because they knew every sigh, every cry, Every groan of your spirit was prayer. They knew heaven was interpreting your silence, turning it into intercession that shook the heavens. They rejoiced because your hidden war was waged, not in vain, but with eternal consequence. Chosen one. Take courage in this. What you fought in secret will one day become someone else's victory. Your scars will teach. Your endurance will inspire. Your testimony will strengthen. The angels marveled not only at your survival, but at the generations who will rise because of your story. They saw beyond your pain into the ripple effect of your perseverance. Beloved, the hidden battles taught you intimacy with God. They forced you to lean on Him when no one else could hold you. They created a bond between you and the Father that is unbreakable. The angels rejoiced because they knew this intimacy was priceless. It was worth more than applause, worth more than recognition, worth more than earthly ease. So do not despise your hidden battles. They were holy. They were sacred. They were shaping something eternal in you. The angels saw it. The angels marveled at it. And heaven treasures it. You are not defined by what others failed to see. You are defined by what heaven saw and recorded. Chosen one. The unseen wars you fought are the foundation of the authority you now carry. Do not minimize them. They mattered. They shaped you into someone unshakable. They proved the resilience of your spirit. They declared your belonging to heaven. And the angels, who watched every moment, still marvel at the strength forged in silence. Chosen one. Every season you endured has been layered with meaning. Nothing was wasted. Not even the pain that seemed unbearable. The angels saw it all, your battles, your tears, your resilience, and they were astonished, not because you never fell, but because you rose again every time. That rising became a declaration in the unseen world. This one belongs to God. This one carries a destiny that cannot be erased. This one is chosen. Beloved, you have walked roads that others could not survive. You have faced storms that should have broken you. You have wrestled with despair and yet still held on to faith. The angels marveled because they saw something rare, perseverance that grew stronger through pressure. They saw faith that clung tighter when evidence seemed absent. They saw a heart that kept burning when winds tried to extinguish its flame. To heaven, you were never fragile, you were fierce. Though you did not see it in yourself. The prophet Isaiah spoke in chapter 41, verse 10. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This promise was not written as poetry for the comfortable. It was written for warriors like you. It was for the ones trembling under the weight of fear, yet refusing to surrender. It was for chosen ones upheld by a hand stronger than their own. Chosen one. The angels saw how often that hand held you. They saw nights when despair whispered, "This is the end." But God's hand lifted you up. They saw days when you stumbled, but mercy steadied your steps. They marveled because they understood. Your survival was not coincidence, it was covenant. Heaven had already claimed you, and no darkness could undo that claim. Beloved, the truth is this: your resilience was never only yours. Heaven strengthened you. Angels ministered to you in unseen ways. Grace wrapped around you like armor. That is why you are still here. That is why your story did not end in the valley. The angels marveled because they saw how divine strength filled your fragile frame. You often thought you were weak, But the angels knew better. They saw strength rising inside you that did not come from human willpower. They saw divine fortitude fueling you when you had nothing left. They knew you were being carried, even when you thought you were crawling. That is why they marveled, because weakness was being transformed into unshakable strength right before their eyes. Chosen one. Let me tell you why this matters now. Heaven is not only celebrating your endurance, it is preparing to reveal the fruit of it. The angels saw your hidden obedience, and now they await the unveiling. What was forged in private is about to shine in public. What you sowed in tears will soon be reaped in joy, and your life will become undeniable evidence of God's sustaining power. Beloved, pause for a moment. Look at your journey. Every fall you recovered from, every tear you wiped, every prayer you whispered in exhaustion, they were all building something eternal. The angels marveled, not because your life was easy, but because it was costly. They saw you pay the price of faith, and they knew the reward would be glorious. The truth is this: chosen ones often carry battles that others do not understand. You were misunderstood, underestimated, even mocked. Yet the angels knew what was really happening. They saw that your hidden perseverance was shaking the unseen world. They saw chains breaking, even when you did not. They saw seeds being planted, even when you only felt emptiness. They saw victory unfolding, even when you thought you were losing. Chosen one. This moment is holy. Heaven has paused again to speak directly to you, reminding you that you are not forgotten, not abandoned, not overlooked. You are marked, preserved, and destined. And the angels who once marveled at your survival now rejoice at your rising. Now, beloved, it is time for your agreement. Anchor this word with a prophetic act. Comment this number, 2222. This number carries the prophetic meaning of divine alignment, partnership, and confirmation. When you write it, you are declaring, I align with heaven's plan. I agree with the testimony of the angels. I step into the season prepared for me. Henceforth, do not think of it as mere digits on a screen. Think of it as your voice joining heaven's declaration. When you type 2222, you are stamping your story with faith. You are declaring that your life is not random, it is aligned. You are proclaiming that the same God who carried you will also crown you. The angels will see your declaration and rejoice, for it is agreement that seals destiny. Beloved, your journey has been long, but heaven's timeline has not failed you. The angels saw your endurance, and now they see your readiness. They know what is coming. They know the unveiling is near. They know your scars are about to shine as crowns, and they marvel, not at the pain, but at the glory that pain has birthed. Chosen one, lift your eyes. Do not focus on what was lost. See what is being gained. Do not dwell on how long the valley lasted. See the mountain that now rises before you. The angels saw your valley, but now they see your ascent. They know you are not only chosen to survive, you are chosen to reign. So write it, seal it, declare it. Do mi do sute do zich shidoi. This is your agreement with heaven's testimony, your confirmation that you are stepping into divine alignment. The angels marveled at your struggle. Now let them marvel at your declaration. Chosen one. There are mysteries that only suffering can reveal. You have learned truths that books could not teach, that sermons could not explain, that theories could not capture. These truths were written into your soul by the hand of affliction itself, and the angels saw it happening. They marveled not only at your endurance, but at the wisdom that was being born in you through struggle, what others might call weakness. Heaven calls deep understanding. Suffering has a way of stripping away illusions. It removes what is shallow and forces the soul to anchor in what is eternal. You discovered that in your darkest nights, you found out who God really was, not in theory, but in experience. The angels saw how your knowledge shifted from borrowed faith to personal revelation. They rejoiced because they knew such wisdom cannot be stolen. It is forged in the fire of trial. The apostle wrote in the book of James, chapter 1, verses 2 through 4, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." These words describe exactly what the angels saw in you. The trials were not wasted. They were producing something eternal. Perseverance was building maturity. Endurance was birthing completeness. Beloved, every trial became a classroom. Every tear became a textbook. Every battle became a teacher. The angels marveled at how suffering shaped you into someone deeper, someone wiser, someone stronger than you ever imagined you could be. They saw how storms refined your discernment. They saw how heartbreak taught you compassion. They saw how waiting produced patience. They knew heaven was shaping a vessel of both strength and tenderness. Chosen one. Wisdom born from struggle is not like the wisdom of the world. The world seeks knowledge to impress, but heaven gives wisdom to heal. The angels rejoiced because they knew your scars would one day speak wisdom into the lives of others. They saw that your pain was not simply endured, it was transformed. They saw that your experience was not wasted, it was being prepared as a gift for generations. Beloved, consider how even Jesus himself was a man of sorrows, acquainted with grief. The angels watched him walk through suffering, and they now see his reflection in you. They marvel because they recognize the same pattern: sorrow birthing compassion, pain birthing power, suffering birthing wisdom. They knew your trials were not the end of you. They were shaping the Christ-like nature within you. Do not despise what you learned in the valley. Do not minimize the lessons carved into you by loss, by disappointment, by silence. The angels saw the depth that was born in you there. They understood that only those who walk through the fire can carry such authority. They knew heaven was writing something eternal into your story. Chosen one. You now carry wisdom that cannot be faked. You understand the tears of others because you have cried them yourself. You can comfort the broken because you know what it feels like to be shattered. You can speak life into despair because you have heard despair's voice whisper to you, and you survived. The angels marveled because they saw heaven transform your pain into empathy, your suffering into wisdom, your survival into testimony. Beloved, suffering has trained your vision. It taught you to see beyond the surface. It sharpened your spiritual sight to recognize what is real and what is false. The angels rejoiced because they knew this clarity was crucial for your destiny. They knew deception would not easily sway you, because pain had already taught you to discern. They saw your tears water seeds of truth that would blossom into wisdom others could lean on. Chosen one. There are treasures hidden in suffering. The angels saw you discover them, sometimes unwillingly, sometimes painfully, yet always faithfully. They marveled because they knew each treasure was eternal. They saw how you uncovered the strength of prayer when answers delayed. They saw how you unearthed the power of worship when sorrow pressed heavy. They saw how you found intimacy with God in silence. And they knew these treasures would never be taken from you. Beloved, heaven's perspective on your struggle is so different from the world's. People may pity your pain, but heaven celebrates your wisdom. People may see scars as weakness, but heaven sees them as credentials. People may ask why you suffered, but heaven answers so that others may find healing through you. The angels marveled because they saw your suffering, preparing you to be a vessel of healing. Chosen one, lift your eyes. You are not defined by your pain. You are defined by the wisdom it birthed, the strength it produced, the authority it imparted. The angels saw it all, and they rejoiced because they knew this was not the end. It was the shaping of your calling. So walk forward, not in shame, but in confidence. Your suffering was not wasted. Your trials were not meaningless. Every moment was recorded. Every tear was collected. Every lesson was preserved. And the angels still marvel because they know the depth inside you now carries eternal weight. Beloved, suffering may have written scars into your story, but those scars shine with wisdom. They speak of resilience. They declare compassion. They reveal authority. The angels marvel because they know what others will one day see. Your scars are sacred, and your wisdom is divine. Chosen one, this is the truth of your struggle. It has made you whole, not broken. It has made you wise, not weak. It has made you chosen, not discarded. And the angels, who saw it all, still stand in awe of the masterpiece God has been sculpting through your life. Chosen one, your life is more than survival. It is testimony. The angels who watched your struggle knew this from the beginning. They saw that the story being written through your tears was not just for you, but for many who would come after you. They understood that your scars would one day shine as beacons for others lost in darkness. They marveled because they saw a divine ripple effect, your endurance birthing encouragement for generations. Beloved, testimonies are powerful. They are not just stories of the past. They are weapons in the present. Every time you speak of what God has carried you through, you wield a sword in the Spirit. Every time you share your scars, you silence the enemy's accusations. The angels rejoiced because they knew your testimony was not only about survival, it was about victory, authority, and glory. The apostle reminds us in the second book of Thessalonians, chapter 2, verse 16 to 17, "May our Lord Jesus Christ himself and God our Father, who loved us and by his grace gave us eternal encouragement and good hope, encourage your hearts and strengthen you in every good deed and word." This truth is the essence of your testimony. What you endured was never wasted. It was preparing you to carry comfort to others. The angels saw that divine exchange taking place in you, and they marveled at how heaven's comfort flowed through your pain. Chosen one, testimonies have a multiplying effect. When you share your story, it unlocks faith in others. It whispers to weary souls, "If God did it for them, he can do it for me." The angels know this. That is why they watched your struggle so closely. They understood that the tears you cried in secret would one day be the seeds of faith for countless hearts. Beloved, do not underestimate the power of your story. You may think it is ordinary, but heaven knows it is extraordinary. You may think your scars disqualify you, but heaven knows they authenticate you. The angels saw every detail of your journey, and they rejoiced because they knew that one day your voice would carry the authority of lived truth. Testimonies also terrify the enemy. He fights hardest against those who will one day speak. He tried to silence you, to convince you that your story was too broken, too shameful, too insignificant. But the angels marveled when you chose to believe that even broken stories can glorify God. They knew your voice would become a trumpet call in the spirit. They knew your survival would become a song of victory. Chosen one, your testimony is not finished yet. Heaven is still writing chapters. The angels know this, and that is why they remain near. They understand that what you have endured is only the foundation of what you will declare. They see the future moments when your words will break chains off of others, when your presence will inspire courage, when your scars will speak louder than sermons. Beloved, let this truth encourage you. Your testimony is sacred. It is not to be hidden. It is not to be silenced. It is a flame meant to be shared. And if this message has stirred something in you, I invite you to respond with action. Like this word, not out of routine, but as a mark of agreement. Yes, I honor the testimony God is building in me. And share it. There is someone right now whose faith is flickering. They need to know they are not alone. They need to know survival is possible. Your willingness to share could be the spark that reignites their courage. You may never know the impact, but heaven knows. The angels will rejoice as your obedience multiplies encouragement across lives and generations. If you have not yet, subscribe. Not for numbers, not for algorithms, but because this is a stream of living words meant to sustain you. Heaven is releasing reminders here, truths that will continue to strengthen you. Do not isolate yourself from the flow of encouragement. Stay connected. Stay nourished. Stay aligned with what heaven is pouring into this space. Chosen one. Testimonies bring freedom. When you speak of God's faithfulness, you set others free from the lie that they are alone. When you declare your scars, you set others free from shame. When you proclaim your endurance, you set others free from despair. The angels marveled because they saw this ripple effect being written into your story. They knew your voice would carry more than words. It would carry deliverance. Beloved, your testimony is a crown, not a chain. It is a gift, not a burden. It is the evidence that heaven intervenes, that grace sustains, that chosen ones endure. The angels rejoice, not just because you survived, but because your story will now empower others to do the same. They saw this long before you did, and now they are waiting for you to embrace it fully. Do not minimize your story. Do not silence your scars. Do not hide what heaven has done. Your voice carries weight. Your testimony carries fire, and your journey carries authority. The angels marveled because they knew this from the beginning, that your struggle would become strength, and your strength would become a song for many. So, let this word settle in you. Chosen one, your story matters. Your scars shine. Your voice is needed. And as you share, as you stay connected, as you walk boldly into your testimony, heaven will continue to celebrate. The angels will continue to marvel, and the ripple effect will continue to grow from your life into countless others, until eternity echoes with the sound of victory born from your endurance. Chosen one, heaven is still speaking. The angels have not forgotten the nights you nearly collapsed under the weight of silence. They saw you lay awake, praying words you feared no one heard. They leaned closer when you whispered faith into the emptiness. And what shocked them most was not that you struggled, but that you refused to surrender. Every time you said, "I will not let go," heaven recorded it as victory. Beloved, declarations in the valley are treasures to heaven. When you praise in comfort, it is good. But when you worship in pain, it shakes eternity. The angels marveled as you raised your hands in trembling trust, declaring belief in the God whose presence you could not feel. They saw your lips speak life while your heart ached. That is why they paused. It was holy, rough, and real. Chosen one, every whispered prayer in your midnight hour became a seed planted in eternal soil. Though you thought your words faded into emptiness, heaven caught each one and preserved it. The angels marveled because they saw how prayers born in pain carried unusual weight. They knew those seeds would one day burst forth in harvest, not just for you, but for many who will eat from the fruit of your intercession. What you released in weakness became strength for others, and the angels rejoiced at the hidden power flowing through your whispered faith. Beloved, the heavens do not measure faith by volume, but by endurance. A single breath of trust, spoken while your heart was breaking, outweighed hours of empty praises. The angels were astonished when you chose trust over bitterness, surrender over rebellion, hope over despair. They saw that your fragile yes in suffering shook the unseen realm more than shouts of victory ever could. That is why they paused in awe. Your faith, small as a flicker, burned brighter to them than 1,000 torches, for it was pure, tested, and refined in the valley of fire. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Habakkuk, chapter 3, verses 17 to 18. Though the fig tree does not bud and there are no grapes on the vines, though the olive crop fails and the fields produce no food, though there are no sheep in the pen and no cattle in the stalls, yet I will rejoice in the Lord. I will be joyful in God, my Savior. These words describe you. Your joy was not born of circumstance, but of covenant. And the angels marveled because they saw covenant outweigh circumstance in your life. Chosen one, words are never wasted. Heaven designed your mouth as a weapon. When you chose to speak faith instead of despair, you shifted unseen atmospheres. Your declaration may have seemed small to you, but in the spiritual realm, it thundered. The angels marveled because they saw the enemy silenced by your voice. They saw accusations break apart when you said, "I still believe." Beloved, faith is not always a roar. Sometimes it is a whisper, barely audible. Sometimes it is written with shaking hands. But the angels know that even whispers of faith carry eternal weight. They marveled because your whisper cut deeper than the enemy's loudest roar. They saw that fragile faith was stronger than despair's shout. Chosen one, this is why heaven calls you now to declare again, not for routine, not for ritual, but for alignment. Take this moment as sacred. Seal your endurance with a declaration that reverberates beyond the screen. Comment these words. I believe. just 2 words. Yet they carry eternity's signature. They are not written for men, they are written before God. And when you write them, understand what happens. You are saying to heaven, I agree with you. You are saying to the enemy, you cannot silence me. You are saying to your own heart, faith is still alive. The angels rejoice because they know the power of such words. They know that your I believe will be written into eternity's record as testimony. Beloved, every time you declared faith in silence, you built altars the world could not see. Each whispered prayer was a stone. Each tear was an offering. Each act of trust was a flame. The angels marveled at those hidden altars because they understood their eternal weight. They saw you write history, not with ink, but with endurance. They saw your fragile yes shake unseen powers. Chosen one. Your declarations are not ordinary, they are prophetic. They carve your future. They silence darkness. They awaken faith in others. You may not feel their weight in the moment, but heaven feels it. The angels know that what you declare today will echo for generations. That is why they marvel when you open your mouth in faith. Beloved, do not underestimate this moment. Your declaration is a crown placed on your own head. It is proof that storms could not silence you. It is evidence that despair did not win. It is testimony that you belong to God and cannot be stolen. Write it, seal it, proclaim it. I believe now, and hear this truth. The angels are watching. They saw your hidden battles, your quiet endurance, your fragile yet fierce declarations. They marveled then, and they will marvel again as you declare now. Heaven celebrates because it knows the power of your faith. Heaven rejoices because your words are more than survival. They are destiny. Chosen one. Let the truth echo in your spirit. You are not defined by the storm. You are defined by your declaration. You are not marked by defeat. You are marked by belief. You are not the weak one in this story. You are the one who whispers, I believe, and shakes eternity. Chosen one. You have lived through seasons that forced you to confront the mystery of silence. Silence not from your own lips, but from heaven itself, or so it seemed. There were nights when you prayed, and the answers did not come. Days when you asked, where are you, God? And the sky felt closed. The angels saw those moments, and they marveled, not because silence is unusual, but because of how you endured it. They saw you wrestle. They saw you cry. And still, they saw you. Hold on. Heaven's silence is not absence. Silence is often the language of preparation. The angels understood this when you did not. They knew God was not ignoring you. He was forming you. They saw how silence stretched your faith, how it dug roots deeper, how it trained you to walk by trust rather than by sight. What seemed like abandonment was actually a classroom, and you were the student. The angels marveled because they knew the lessons silence was teaching would carry you for eternity. Beloved, silence often feels like rejection, but heaven never rejected you. In truth, heaven was nearer than you realized. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. Stillness is not emptiness, it is intimacy. The angels rejoiced because they saw you learn to know God, not in the noise of answered prayers, but but in the quiet trust of waiting. Chosen one. Silence revealed what words could not. It showed you that God's presence is not proven by constant activity, but by steady nearness. The angels marveled as you learned to discern his whisper in the stillness. They knew that this skill, this ability to find him in silence, would become one of your greatest strengths. They saw you being trained not to panic when answers delayed, but to anchor deeper in faith. Beloved, silence was also your refining fire. It tested your motives. Were you seeking God only for what he could give, or for who he is? The angels watched this transformation unfold. At first, they saw your frustration, but slowly, they saw your faith mature. They saw you shift from demanding answers to desiring presence, and that shift, though painful, was holy. The angels marveled because they knew you were being sculpted into someone who loves God for himself, not just his gifts. Silence also taught you resilience. It trained your spirit not to rely on immediate gratification. The angels knew the importance of this. They saw how every unanswered prayer stretched your endurance. They saw how waiting in stillness made you unshakable. They understood that this resilience would carry you through battles yet to come. To them, your endurance was not weakness, it was proof of chosen strength. Chosen one. Silence created clarity. It stripped away distractions. In those quiet seasons, you discovered who truly stood with you. The angels saw how isolation revealed authenticity. People fell away, but heaven never did. And in that solitude, the angels themselves stood watch, marveling at how you continued to trust, even when human voices were gone. They knew that what was being formed in you could never be taken away. Beloved, consider how even Jesus endured silence. On the cross, he cried out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" And yet, he finished his mission. The angels watched then, and they watched with you. They marveled at the parallel that chosen ones often endure silence as part of their calling. It is not punishment, it is preparation. It is not rejection, it is refinement. Silence taught you to hear differently. When the loud answers stopped, you began to notice the subtle ones. The angels saw you pay attention to small signs, gentle nudges, quiet whispers in scripture. They rejoiced because they knew you were learning the language of the Spirit. You were being trained to hear what others miss. They marveled because they knew this sensitivity would make you dangerous to darkness and precious to heaven. Chosen one. Silence also gave you depth. It forced you to dig wells where no water seemed present. The angels saw you dig in faith, and eventually, they saw rivers flow. They knew that those hidden wells would not only quench your thirst, but would one day refresh many others. Your depth was not accidental. It was birthed in silence. Beloved, the angels understood the purpose of your silent seasons. Even when you did not, they knew you were being anchored. They knew you were being prepared. They knew silence was not the end, but the womb of new beginnings. That is why they marveled when you did not give up. That is why they rejoiced when you chose to stay. Even when answers did not come, your silence was holy. Every tear, every sigh, every whispered, "Still I trust you," became worship more precious than gold. The angels stood in awe of that kind of faith. They saw that faith in silence is the purest faith of all. They saw that what you were building in those seasons would never fade. Chosen one. silence shaped authority in you. Authority is not born in ease, it is forged in stillness, in unanswered prayers, in the ache of waiting. The angels saw you gain authority to comfort others in silence, to strengthen others in waiting, to speak hope when others feel forgotten. They marveled because they knew you would become a voice of encouragement for many. Beloved, do not despise those silent years. They were not wasted, they were sacred. They carved you into who you are now. They gave you the depth, the resilience, and the authority you carry. And heaven celebrated it all. Chosen one. The angels know what you often forget. Silence was not God turning his face away. Silence was God holding you close, teaching you to recognize his heartbeat. It was in the quiet that you became strong. It was in the stillness that you became unshakable. It was in the silence that you became chosen in ways deeper than words can describe. So walk forward with confidence. Silence did not break you, it built you. It did not destroy you, it defined you. And the angels, who saw it all, still marvel at what silence produced in you. Faith that is unshakable, love that is unquenchable, and trust that is eternal. Chosen one. The angels have seen how deeply you long for justice. Your heart has cried out against betrayal, against unfairness, against the wounds inflicted by others. You wondered if God heard, if he noticed, if he cared. Heaven not only noticed, it responded. The angels stood witness as every wrong, every injustice, every tear was recorded in heaven's scrolls. They marveled, not at the cruelty of the world, but at the patience you carried in the midst of it. Justice is not delayed because it is denied. Justice is delayed because it is being perfected. The angels knew this when you did not. They saw God's careful timing, his refusal to settle for shallow retribution when he intended full restoration. They marveled because they knew heaven's justice is not about punishing your enemies, it is about elevating you beyond their reach. The prophet Micah declared in chapter 6, verse 8, "He has shown you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." These words reveal the heart of heaven. True justice is not only about balancing scales, but about shaping souls. The angels saw how injustice shaped you not into bitterness, but into compassion, humility, and strength. They marveled because you did not let wrongs define you. You let them refine you. Beloved, the cry for justice is written into your spirit because you were created in the image of a just God. That is why betrayal cuts so deeply. Why slander stung so fiercely? Why unfairness weighed so heavily? But the angels saw something greater. They saw you hand those burdens back to heaven rather than take vengeance into your own hands. They rejoiced because restraint is strength, forgiveness is power, and mercy is a weapon sharper than revenge. Chosen one. Justice is already at work in your life. The angels have watched it unfold in ways you may not yet recognize. They saw doors close to protect you from hidden harm. They saw tables turn when the enemy thought he had won. They saw seeds of endurance grow into fruit of authority. What looked like loss became gain. What looked like defeat became testimony. They marveled because they saw heaven's justice operating in layers beyond human eyes. Beloved, heaven's justice does not erase the past, it redeems it. It takes what was broken and makes it whole. It takes what was stolen and restores it multiplied. It takes what was twisted and writes it into testimony. The angels saw the hand of God weaving even the ugliest moments of your life into a tapestry of glory. They marveled because they knew no injustice was strong enough to cancel your calling. Justice, in heaven's language, also means vindication. The angels knew that your name would not remain in the mud forever. They saw the day coming when truth would rise, when lies would collapse, when your integrity would shine brighter than slander. They marveled because they knew God Himself had taken up your case. You did not need to fight for your own vindication. Heaven was already fighting for you. Chosen one, every injustice has made you more like the one you follow. Jesus Himself was betrayed, falsely accused, mocked, and condemned. The angels who attended Him also attended you. They marveled at the similarity. Chosen ones are often misunderstood, often mistreated, often maligned. Yet just as He was exalted after suffering, so too will you rise. Justice will not be denied, it will be displayed. Beloved, do not despise the slowness of justice. The angels saw how it tested you, how it refined your patience, how it humbled your heart. They rejoiced because they knew delayed justice was building eternal weight of glory. Quick vindication may satisfy emotions. But perfected vindication transformed destiny. The angels marveled because they saw how you were being prepared not only for restoration, but for rulership. Justice is not just about balancing accounts, it is about establishing order. The angels saw how God was setting your life back into alignment. They watched as He turned chaos into clarity, disorder into design, pain into purpose. They marveled because they knew that your cry for justice was already answered, not only in heaven's record books, but in the unfolding of your destiny. Chosen one, you must understand this. You are not only a recipient of justice, you are being prepared as an instrument of it. The angels saw how your compassion grew deeper, how your discernment grew sharper, how your wisdom grew richer. They knew this was not accidental, it was intentional. You are being trained to carry justice into places where injustice has long ruled. They marveled because they saw your scars becoming tools of healing for others. Beloved, heaven's justice often looks different than you expect. Sometimes it is not about seeing those who wronged you fall, it is about seeing yourself rise. Sometimes it is not about repayment from those who hurt you, it is about inheritance from the Father who loves you. The angels knew this, and they rejoiced because they saw the better portion being prepared for you. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The cry for justice has not been ignored. It has been answered in ways greater than you can imagine. The angels saw the unseen shifts, the hidden reversals, the quiet restorations already in motion. They marveled because they knew that soon what was invisible will become undeniable. Beloved, let peace settle in your heart. Heaven has taken your case. The judge of all the earth has ruled in your favor, and the angels, who have watched every moment, still marvel at the patience, the endurance, and the faith you have shown while justice was unfolding. Chosen one, your journey has been nothing short of extraordinary in the unseen realms. The angels saw every battle, every hidden moment, every silent cry, and what shocked them was not that you faced hardship, but that you endured it with faith that refused to die. They marveled because you carried a light through valleys where most would have given up. That light, fragile in your own eyes, was blazing in theirs. It was the proof that heaven's hand rested upon you. Beloved, there is a mystery you must understand. Your struggles were never just about you. They were about the mark of heaven placed upon your life. Every attack was evidence of the anointing you carry. Every closed door was proof of divine protection. Every delay was preparation for destiny. The angels knew it. Even when you doubted it, they saw you rising again and again. And they marveled because they knew each rising was another nail in the coffin of the enemy's schemes. The ancient words recorded in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, declare, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." These words are more than encouragement. They are a decree over your life. The angels have seen them unfold. They watched as God's presence remained when people left. They watched as His strength carried you when yours was gone. They rejoiced because they knew this promise was unbreakable. Chosen one. Courage was not born in you through ease. It was carved in pain. Strength was not poured into you in comfort. It was formed in conflict. The angels marveled because they saw you wrestle, stumble, and weep, yet still rise with resilience. They knew heaven was sculpting a warrior, not a wanderer. They knew your scars were not signs of defeat, but of survival and authority. Beloved, your very existence is prophetic. The fact that you are still here, still breathing, still holding faith, is a declaration that no weapon formed against you has prospered. The angels saw weapons raised, traps set, storms stirred, and they marveled when none of it could erase you. They rejoiced because every scheme failed. They knew your survival was not random, it was covenant. Chosen one. Now is the moment to anchor your spirit with action. Heaven has spoken. Angels have testified. And now, your agreement matters. Write this prophetic number in the comments. 9,999. This number carries the weight of completion and transition. It signifies that one chapter has finished and a new one is opening. When you declare it, you are saying, "I am stepping out of cycles of struggle and into seasons of fulfillment." End quote. Beloved, do not dismiss this act as small. The angels know the power of prophetic alignment. They saw how your previous declarations shifted atmospheres. They know that when you type 9,999, you are not just pressing keys, you are testifying. You are declaring that your suffering season has done its work and that the new season is being birthed. Heaven records it. The enemy fears it, and the angels rejoice over it. Think of Israel walking out of Egypt. Their bondage was long, their suffering intense. Yet when the time of completion came, nothing could hold them back. The angels saw that exodus, and they see yours now. They know your wilderness has prepared you, but your promised land is opening. They marvel because they know 9,999 is not just a number, it is a banner over your story. Chosen one. You must also see this. Completion does not mean erasure of scars. It means your scars now shine as crowns. The angels rejoiced when they saw you heal in places you thought would always ache. They marveled when forgiveness flowed, where bitterness once lived. They knew heaven was completing what darkness tried to leave undone. They knew God was not only restoring, but perfecting. Beloved, 9,999 is your prophetic seal. It is the declaration that what tried to destroy you has failed. that the season of survival is closing and the era of flourishing is opening. The angels have already witnessed it in the spirit. Now they wait for your agreement in the natural. They marvel because they know your declaration carries power beyond what you can see. Chosen one, let your heart rise with hope. Heaven has not only seen your struggle, it has announced your transition. You are not who you were when the battle began. You are stronger, deeper, wiser, and more radiant. The angels rejoice because they see your unveiling. They know the wilderness has finished its work. They know the river of promise is flowing. They know your crown is ready to be placed. Beloved, this is not coincidence. This is covenant. The very fact that you are reading these words is proof that heaven has brought you into alignment with your next chapter. The angels marveled when you survived. Now they rejoice as you step into completion. Chosen one, let this moment be sealed. Write it, speak it, believe it. 9,999. For heaven has decreed it. Angels have witnessed it, and your faith confirms it. The struggle is closing. The testimony is rising, and the glory is about to be revealed. Chosen one. The angels have watched your journey with awe. They saw you enter valleys so deep that you questioned if you would ever rise again. They saw storms rage against your spirit, waves that threatened to consume you, voices that tried to break you. Yet here you are still standing, still breathing, still chosen. The angels marveled because survival was never guaranteed in the eyes of the world. But heaven had already sealed your victory long before the battle began. Beloved, your endurance is not ordinary. It carries eternal weight. The scars you bear are not shameful. They are sacred. They testify of the power of God to preserve, to restore, and to elevate. The angels saw how every scar became a page in heaven's record of your destiny. They rejoiced because your life has become a living testimony, a letter written not with ink, but with the Spirit of God. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. These words have been the secret thread in your survival. The angels saw how often you were too weary to fight, too broken to move forward. Yet God himself fought on your behalf. They marveled at the battles won for you in unseen realms, the victories declared before you even lifted your head. Chosen one, stillness is not weakness. It is trust. It is the quiet power of knowing heaven moves when you cannot. The angels celebrated as you learned to let go of the need to control outcomes, surrendering instead to the God who never lost a battle. They rejoiced because they knew this surrender was not defeat. It was the beginning of unstoppable triumph. Beloved, your survival was never just about making it through. It was about proving the power of God in the face of darkness. Every time you chose to rise again, you became a declaration in the unseen realm. You became living evidence that no weapon formed against you could prosper. The angels marveled because they knew your testimony was not only for you, it was for those who would hear your story and find strength. Chosen one, your story carries fire. It is not meant to be hidden. The angels know this. They saw how your endurance lit torches in heaven. They know it is time for that fire to spread. That is why I speak to you with sincerity now. If this message resonates with your spirit, do not keep it to yourself. Share it. Someone else is fighting a silent war. And your willingness to pass this word could become the encouragement that keeps them alive. And beloved, Stay connected. Subscribe not for numbers or algorithms, but because you need to remain in the flow of encouragement heaven is releasing. Words like these are not mere content. They are lifelines. Reminders that you are not forgotten, not forsaken, not alone. The angels know isolation was one of your fiercest battles. Connection breaks that isolation. Connection keeps you strengthened. Even a simple act of liking this message matters. It may feel small, but in the spirit, agreement always multiplies impact. When you like, you are saying, "Yes, I receive this truth." When you share, you are carrying the flame into someone else's valley. When you subscribe, you are anchoring yourself in a stream of words meant to water your soul consistently. Heaven sees every act of agreement, and the angels rejoice because they know the ripple effect it creates. Chosen one, your voice matters too. You may think it is small, but heaven treasures it. Every time you speak faith, you release power. That is why I invite you to join the chorus of faith here, not only by listening but by adding your voice. Comment, testify, declare what God has done. Your words may become the very spark another soul needs to believe again. Beloved, the angels marveled because your story has always carried weight. They knew your endurance was not wasted. They saw how the furnace of affliction forged authority in you. They knew your scars were becoming crowns. They rejoiced because they understood. Your voice is rising now not only as a survivor, but as a herald of hope. Chosen one, the truth is this: heaven has not only carried you through struggle, it has prepared you for influence. You are not stepping into a season of silence. You are stepping into a season of testimony. The angels saw this long before you did. They knew the voice that once whispered prayers in the dark would one day thunder encouragement to others. They marveled because they saw your destiny unfolding. Even when you thought your story was over, beloved, your endurance has positioned you for elevation. This is why the storms were so fierce. This is why the battles were so relentless. The enemy knew your voice would shake chains. The angels knew your scars would inspire nations. They marveled because they saw you walk through fire and emerge carrying flames that could ignite others. Chosen one, lift your head. Your story is not finished. It is only beginning. What you endured in silence will now become a song in the open. What you survived in darkness will now shine as light. The angels rejoice because they know the unveiling has come. They know the testimony written in your scars will now be proclaimed with your voice. Beloved, take courage. Heaven has always been your defender, your sustainer, your fighter. The angels saw every moment and they marvel still. And now, as you step forward, do so with boldness. Like, share, subscribe, not for routine, but for testimony, not for numbers, but for lives, not for recognition, but for revelation. Every act of agreement becomes another flame added to the fire. Heaven is spreading through chosen ones like you. You are not alone. You are part of a divine movement. The angels saw it from the beginning, and now heaven is calling you to embrace it fully. The time has come to rise, not in silence, but in strength, not in shame, but in testimony, not as a victim, but as a victor. Chosen one, you have walked through seasons that felt like wilderness, dry, endless, and silent. The angels saw the way your soul ached for water. the way your spirit longed for signs of life. Yet they also saw something astonishing. In the desert, you discovered streams hidden in unseen places. You found hope where none should exist, faith where despair pressed heavy, and life in what looked like barren ground. That is why they marveled. Beloved, wilderness seasons are not punishments, they are promotions in disguise. They strip away noise and distractions, leaving only what is essential. The angels saw how the wilderness carved hunger in you, not for temporary things, but for eternal truth. They rejoiced because they knew hunger is holy. Hunger positions you for glory. Hunger makes room for the presence of God to fill you in ways comfort never could. The apostle wrote in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 12 to 13, I know what it is to be in need, and I know what it is to have plenty. I have learned the secret of being content in any and every situation, whether well-fed or hungry, whether living in plenty or in want. I can do all this through Him who gives me strength. The angels saw you live these words. They marveled when contentment was born in you, not through abundance, but through scarcity. Chosen one, what you endured in the wilderness gave you strength that cannot be shaken. The angels watched you confront loneliness and still pray. They saw you wrestle with lack and still trust. They rejoiced because they knew these victories were eternal. They understood that your wilderness had become your training ground. Every dry step was carving resilience. Every tear was watering seeds of destiny. Beloved, do not despise your wilderness. It was holy. It was the place where you learned the strength of heaven is greater than human supply. It was where you discovered the bread of life is more sustaining than material abundance. It was where you heard the whispers of God in ways you never could in crowded places. The angels marveled because they knew the wilderness was birthing wisdom in you. And now, chosen one, heaven calls you to seal this season with a declaration: do not let the wilderness write its own conclusion over you. Instead, rise and testify. Write these words in the comments. I am ready. Just 3 words. But they carry the authority of your journey. They say to heaven, I receive what this season has produced. They say to the enemy, you did not break me. They say to your own soul, the wilderness is not my end, it is my preparation. Beloved, when you type it, understand the power of the act. The angels rejoice because your words become alignment. They know declarations are not just sounds, they are seeds. They saw how your previous declarations shifted atmospheres, and they know this one will too. I am ready is not wishful thinking, it is prophetic action. It is heaven's echo in your mouth. Chosen one, the wilderness has forged authenticity in you. You are no longer chasing illusions of strength, you have found true strength in God. You are no longer desperate for fleeting approval, you are rooted in eternal love. The angels rejoiced because they saw this transformation. They knew you were being prepared not for survival, but for stewardship. The wilderness was your refining fire, and now it becomes your launching place. Beloved, think of Israel in their desert. It was in the wilderness that they learned God as provider, manna from heaven, water from the rock, guidance by fire and cloud. The angels who ministered then also ministered to you. They saw how your lack became your testimony. They saw how God's provision surprised you in unexpected ways. They marveled because they knew chosen ones are always sustained in the wilderness. Never abandoned. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. The wilderness has finished its work. It has carved resilience, birthed wisdom, and sealed identity. The angels marveled because they saw you endure what others could not. They rejoiced because they knew you were not only surviving the desert, you were being prepared to lead others through theirs. Beloved, say it again in your spirit, even as you write it with your hand. I am ready. Let it be your anthem. Let it be your seal. Let it be the testimony that heaven records and the enemy fears. The angels are waiting for your declaration, not because they doubt you, but because they know its power. They marvel when chosen ones align their voices with heaven's decree and take heart. For the season of wilderness is not endless. Rivers are rising. Promises are unfolding. The angels see what you cannot yet see. They know your preparation is complete. Your spirit is strengthened, and your heart is ready. They marvel because they understand the wilderness was never meant to end you. It was always meant to prepare you for glory. Chosen one, your scars from this season are not ugly, they are holy. They are proof of survival, marks of endurance, and signs of authority. The angels saw you bleed, but they also saw you heal. They marveled because they knew those scars would one day speak life into others. They knew your wilderness would become a testimony for generations. Beloved, take courage. Lift your eyes. You are not the same person who entered the wilderness. You are stronger, wiser, deeper, and more radiant. Heaven has declared it. Angels have witnessed it. And now your own mouth must agree with it. Write it. Believe it. Declare it. I am ready. Chosen one. There is a truth you must understand. Nothing you endured was wasted. Every valley, every storm, every tear has been gathered by heaven and written into the eternal story of your life. The angels saw how even in the moments when you thought everything was falling apart, divine order was quietly at work. They marveled not because your path was easy, but because your faith endured when reason said it should have collapsed. Beloved, God does not waste suffering. The angels know this better than anyone. They saw how pain became the soil for wisdom, how disappointment carved the path for deeper intimacy, how rejection forged resilience in your spirit. To the human eye, these moments looked like defeat, but to heaven, they were preparation for glory. The angels rejoiced as they witnessed you being shaped, even when you could not see it. The prophet Jeremiah spoke in chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." The angels have watched this promise unfolding in your life. Though circumstances contradicted it, though timing tested it, though storms delayed it, the plan never changed. Heaven has always been committed to your future. Chosen one. You often wondered why your journey had to be so difficult. The angels knew the answer. Your destiny required depth. Shallow roots cannot hold the weight of great callings. Every hardship sent your roots deeper, anchoring you in eternal soil. The angels marveled at the growth beneath the surface, invisible to human eyes, but undeniable in heaven's record. Beloved, nothing in your story has been random. The betrayals, the heartbreaks, the seasons of silence, all were threads in a tapestry too vast for you to see in the moment. The angels saw the design forming long before you did. They marveled at how divine wisdom wove pain into purpose, loss into gain, endings into beginnings. They rejoiced because they knew nothing was wasted. Chosen one. Consider the life of Joseph, thrown into a pit, sold as a slave, imprisoned unjustly. Every step looked like loss. Yet heaven saw each as preparation for the palace. The angels saw the same in you. They knew your pit was not your end. They knew your prison of misunderstanding was shaping your spirit for influence. They marveled because they saw destiny rising through difficulty. Beloved, do not despise your scars. They are not evidence of abandonment. They are evidence of endurance. The angels marveled at your scars because they knew each one carried authority. Scars are proof that you survived what tried to kill you. They testify that the weapon was formed but did not prosper. They declare that grace is stronger than affliction. Chosen one. Heaven's perspective on your journey is so much greater than your own. You see the moments. Heaven sees the masterpiece. The angels rejoiced because they saw how every broken piece was fitted into something glorious. They understood what you often doubted, that nothing has been wasted. Beloved, the delays that tormented you were not denial. They were divine timing. The angels saw how you ached while waiting. But they also saw what you could not, that heaven was aligning circumstances, people, and opportunities with precision. They marveled because they knew the appointed time would come. And when it did, everything would make sense. Chosen one. Every unanswered prayer was answered in a higher way. The angels saw how silence forced you to seek deeper. They rejoiced because they knew that the intimacy you gained with God in those moments would outlast any immediate solution. They marveled because they knew eternity had already marked those prayers as seeds that would bloom in their season. Beloved, the weight you carried was not punishment, it was preparation. The angels saw how much you endured, and they marveled because they knew it was shaping your shoulders to carry the mantle of destiny. They knew heaven was entrusting you with authority that only those who endure can carry. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. The very things you thought disqualified you have, in fact, qualified you. The angels marveled when they saw shame turn into testimony, weakness into strength, fear into courage. They knew that nothing in your journey would be wasted, not even your mistakes. Grace transformed them all into stepping stones. Beloved, heaven wastes nothing because heaven redeems everything. The angels rejoiced as they saw redemption written over your life. They saw how what was meant for evil turned for good. They saw how loss birthed compassion, how pain birthed authority, how wilderness birthed wisdom. They marveled because they knew your story was not defined by suffering, but by glory. Chosen one. You often wondered if your endurance mattered. The angels are living proof that it did. They watched you. They testified of you. And they continue to rejoice over you. They knew your journey was never wasted. It was invested. They knew heaven was storing every act of faith, every whispered prayer, every tear shed in silence. They marveled because nothing escaped the Father's eye. Beloved, you are walking into a season where what was hidden will be revealed. The angels saw the foundations being built. They knew that when the unveiling comes, people will marvel at the strength in you. But the angels will not be surprised, for they saw it forming all along. They rejoiced because they knew the unveiling would be testimony to God's faithfulness. Chosen one. Nothing in your life is wasted. Every struggle has meaning. Every scar has value. Every delay has purpose. The angels saw it. The angels marveled at it. and heaven rejoices over it. Walk forward now, not in doubt, but in confidence. For your story is not random, it is redeemed. Chosen one. The angels have seen what others could not. They saw the battles that raged within you when your mind felt like a battlefield, when your heart wrestled with questions, when your soul was weighed down with burdens too heavy to name. They leaned in closely because they knew that these invisible wars often carry more weight than the visible ones. What shocked them most was not the intensity of your struggle, but the resilience you showed in refusing to give up. Beloved, spiritual warfare is real. It does not always announce itself with noise and spectacle. Sometimes it creeps in as thoughts of despair, as lies whispered into your mind, as subtle distractions that try to pull you from your calling. The angels saw how fiercely the enemy fought to derail you, and they marveled, because even when you stumbled, you never surrendered your identity as chosen. They rejoiced because you carried light in the midst of mental and spiritual storms. It is written in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." These words explain what you lived. Your war was never merely against people, it was against powers and principalities. The angels saw you stand, trembling but still faithful, and they marveled at your courage. Chosen one. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the choice to keep moving despite fear. The angels saw the nights when fear pressed hard against your chest, whispering that you would fail. They saw how temptation sought to lure you into paths that would steal your destiny. Yet even in weakness, you cried out for God's help. That cry was enough. The angels marveled because they knew heaven always answers the cry of the chosen. Beloved, you are stronger than you know. The warfare you endured has not broken you, it has forged you. Every battle has sharpened your discernment. Every struggle has deepened your wisdom. Every conflict has strengthened your resolve. The angels rejoice because they know you carry authority, now that only warriors can carry. They saw how the enemy tried to silence you, but instead your voice has grown stronger. Chosen one. Warfare is the evidence of destiny. The enemy does not waste resources on those who carry no threat. The intensity of your battles has been proof of the magnitude of your calling. The angels marveled because they saw the truth. The fiercer the fight, the greater the future. They knew your struggle was not a sign of weakness, but a sign of weight. Beloved, warfare also revealed your dependence. It taught you that you cannot stand by your own strength. The angels saw how often you fell to your knees, how often you cried out for help, how often you admitted your need. They rejoiced because they knew dependence on God is not weakness, it is victory. They marveled as your surrender became your strength. Chosen one. You may not realize it, but every battle you endured shifted the atmosphere. The angels saw chains break when you prayed. They saw strongholds weaken when you worshipped. They saw lies unravel when you clung to truth. They marveled because they knew that your persistence in the fight was doing more than sustaining you. It was shaking realms. Beloved, do not despise the struggle. It was holy. It taught you how to wield weapons of the Spirit. It trained you to recognize lies and counter them with truth. It gave you authority to walk into rooms heavy with darkness and release light. The angels marveled because they saw your training unfold in real time, and they knew what it meant. You are not only surviving warfare, you are mastering it. Chosen one. There were moments when you thought you had lost, when defeat seemed certain, but the angels knew otherwise. They saw how heaven covered you. They saw how grace intervened. They saw how mercy restored you. They marveled because every fall became a rise. Every failure became a lesson. Every scar became a weapon. Beloved, your scars are holy. They are not evidence of defeat, but of survival. The angels rejoiced when they saw you wear them with humility. They knew those scars would speak loudly to others who are still in the fight. They knew your testimony would become a map for those struggling to find their way. They marveled because they saw your scars shining like medals in the spirit realm. Chosen one. Spiritual warfare also taught you vigilance. The angels watched as you became alert to the schemes of the enemy. You learned to guard your heart, to protect your mind, to anchor your soul. You learned that not every voice deserves your attention. Not every opportunity is from God. Not every open door should be entered. They marveled because they knew wisdom like this can only be forged in the fire of conflict. Beloved, the angels also saw how warfare birthed compassion in you. You know now what it feels like to be under attack. You know what it is to wrestle in silence. And because of that, you can see the pain in others more clearly. You can stand beside them with empathy, not judgment. The angels rejoiced because they knew this compassion would make you not only a warrior, but also a healer. Chosen one. Warfare was never about destroying you. It was about revealing you. The angels saw your light shine brighter with every strike of darkness. They marveled because they knew the truth. Chosen ones cannot be extinguished. No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how long the night, the flame of heaven within you burns unquenchable. Beloved, let this truth sink deeply into your spirit. You are not a casualty of warfare. You are its conqueror. The angels testify of it. Heaven records it. Your scars prove it. And the very battles that once terrified you are now the evidence of your authority. Chosen one. Walk forward with confidence. You carry the weight of victory, the wisdom of scars, and the authority of one who has endured warfare and emerged stronger. The angels still marvel, not because the battles were easy, but because you remained faithful when they were hardest. They rejoice because they know your fight has not been in vain. Chosen one. There are moments in your journey when heaven seemed to pause, not to question your strength, but to marvel at your resilience. The angels leaned close, not because they doubted your survival, but because they knew the depths of what you carried and the weight of what you endured. They saw you walk through seasons that could have left you shattered, yet somehow you emerged with faith intact. To them, this was not small, it was extraordinary. Beloved, you must understand, heaven measures differently than earth. People often applaud loud victories, visible success, or achievements that glitter in the eyes of the world. But heaven celebrates quiet endurance, faith that whispers when shouts are impossible, and courage that takes one more step when giving up feels easier. The angels saw this kind of faith in you, and they marveled because it bore the fragrance of eternity. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 5, verses 3 to 4. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character, hope, These words describe the very process you have lived. The angels saw perseverance shape your character, and character give birth to hope. They knew hope would anchor your destiny in ways nothing else could. Chosen one. Hope is not a fragile dream, it is the anchor of your soul. The angels rejoiced because they saw how hope refused to let despair write your ending. They watched you walk through nights where everything seemed lost. Yet still you carried a spark of expectation. That spark, though small in your eyes, blazed brightly in theirs. It was proof that heaven's hand was upon you. Beloved, hope is powerful because it looks beyond the present into the eternal. The angels marveled when you chose to hope again after disappointment. They knew each act of hope was a declaration. This is not the end. Something greater is coming. They saw how hope lifted your eyes from the ashes to the horizon, and they rejoiced because they knew your future was already secure in heaven's decree. Chosen one, your story is not defined by despair, it is defined by the hope that outlasted despair. The angels recorded each moment when you chose to believe for more, even when your hands were empty. They marveled because they knew this kind of hope is rare, costly, and sacred. It shines brightest in the darkest places. Beloved, hope also transforms others. The angels saw how your endurance became encouragement for those around you. They saw how your scars carried wisdom, how your survival inspired courage, how your whispered faith became a lifeline for others drowning in despair. They marveled because they knew your story would ripple outward, touching lives you may never even meet. Chosen one, you often wondered if anyone noticed your quiet endurance. The angels noticed, heaven noticed, and heaven's record is eternal. What feels unseen on earth is celebrated in the courts of heaven. Your name has been spoken in heaven's chambers, not in whispers of pity, but in declarations of honor. The angels marveled because they knew your endurance carried eternal weight of glory. Beloved, endurance is not passive, it is powerful. It is the choice to stand when everything tries to knock you down. It is the decision to remain faithful when walking away seems easier. The angels saw you endure, and they rejoiced because they knew endurance produces authority. They saw you being entrusted with wisdom, compassion, and strength that only come through perseverance. Chosen one, endurance also deepened your intimacy with God. The angels watched how your prayers shifted over time. In the beginning, they heard cries of desperation. But as you endured, they heard whispers of trust. Even without answers, they marveled because they knew this was maturity faith that no longer depended on circumstances but rested in God's nature. Beloved, every tear you shed became part of your authority. The angels saw how those tears watered seeds of destiny. They knew that one day, others would drink from the rivers born of your pain. They marveled because they saw your tears being transformed into oil, oil of anointing, oil of wisdom, oil of healing for others. Chosen one, the enemy tried to convince you that your endurance was wasted, that your hope was futile, that your scars were pointless. But the angels knew the truth. They saw the unseen fruit growing in your life. They marveled because they knew your endurance was shaping eternity, not just your story. Beloved, you have carried more than you realize. You have endured more than you thought possible. And heaven is not indifferent, it is astonished. The angels saw you endure what could have crushed others, and they rejoiced because they knew you were chosen to carry weight others could not. Chosen one, Let this truth settle into you. Your scars are not signs of weakness, they are proof of strength. They testify that storms raged, but you remained. They declare that weapons formed, but they failed. They proclaim that grace surrounded you, and you survived. The angels marveled because they knew your scars were not endings, they were beginnings. Beloved, eternity will reveal the full weight of what you endured. The angels already see it. They know the crowns being forged from your scars, the thrones being prepared from your endurance, the songs being written from your testimony. They marvel because they know your present struggle is not worth comparing to the glory that will be revealed in you. Chosen one, hope is your inheritance. Endurance is your crown. Scars are your testimony. And the angels, who saw it all, still stand in awe of what God has done through you. Walk boldly now, for your journey has been sacred from the beginning, and heaven itself testifies of your faith. Chosen one, your journey has reached a threshold. The angels, who have followed you from the beginning, now stand in awe of how far you have come. They remember when you were fragile, when tears stained your pillow and despair whispered relentlessly. They remember the nights you thought you could not go on, and yet you did. They saw the valleys you walked, the storms you endured, the betrayals you carried, and now they marvel, not at the pain, but at the strength you forged in it. Beloved, strength is never accidental. It is the fruit of struggle, the reward of endurance, the outcome of perseverance. You carry strength now that cannot be shaken by mere winds, strength that has been tested by fire. The angels saw every flame you walked through, every wound you bore, every scar you carried. They rejoiced because they knew these were not marks of weakness, but symbols of survival. Your strength is not only your own, it is the evidence of heaven's hand upon your life. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. These words are not only prophecy, they are your reality. The angels saw the light of glory rise upon you when you thought only darkness remained. They marveled because what you carried in secret is now shining openly. They knew you were chosen to rise, and now they watch as you do. Chosen one, your rising is not for yourself alone. The angels understand what you often forget. Your story carries weight for others. Your endurance has become a torch in the hands of heaven, and that torch lights the path for many. They saw how your scars became wisdom, how your survival became testimony, how your weakness became authority. They marveled because they knew you were not rising only as an individual, you were rising as a leader, a light, a voice for those still in the valley. Beloved, this is the moment where heaven's story and your story converge. The angels have long known the glory prepared for you, but now it begins to unfold in the visible. They rejoice because they know the unveiling has begun. The pain that once defined you is no longer your identity. The scars that once silenced you are now your authority. The nights that once broke you are now your testimony. Chosen one, glory is heavy, but you have been prepared to carry it. The angels saw the training, the refining, the pruning. They knew each season was necessary. Even when you did not, they rejoiced because they understood the pattern. Chosen ones are always prepared in hiddenness before they are revealed in radiance. And now, your unveiling is not delayed, It is here. Beloved, glory is not just about shining. It is about reflecting. The angels saw how your heart was shaped, not to steal glory, but to reflect it back to its source. They marveled at your humility, at the way suffering stripped away pride, at the way pain birthed compassion. They rejoiced because they knew your rising would never be arrogance, it would always be worship. Chosen one. This is why you were fought so hard. The enemy saw glimpses of what you carried, and he trembled. He tried to silence you, to bury you, to convince you you were worthless. But the angels saw every scheme fail. They marveled because every attack only forged you deeper, stronger, brighter. They rejoiced because they knew the glory prepared for you could not be stolen. Beloved, let this truth anchor you. Your journey has always been about destiny. The angels saw it when you were a child. They saw it when you were misunderstood. They saw it when you walked alone. They knew heaven's hand marked you, and no circumstance could erase that mark. They marveled because they knew your destiny was secure. Even when you doubted it most, chosen one, rise now with boldness, not timidly, not half-heartedly, but with the authority of one who has been tested and found faithful. The angels rejoice because they see your readiness. They know you are no longer the fragile one they once comforted. You are the warrior they now celebrate. They marvel because they understand you have become what heaven always declared you would be. Beloved, eternity itself waits for this unveiling. The angels are not alone in their awe. Heaven's record books testify. The great cloud of witnesses watches, and the Father himself delights in the strength you carry. They all know what your scars mean. They all see the crown forged in fire. They all rejoice because they know the glory of your destiny is now rising. Chosen one, you are unstoppable because you are unshakable. You are unshakable because you are rooted, and you are rooted because you are chosen. The angels saw the roots grow deep in hidden seasons. They marveled because they knew these roots would hold you steady in visible glory. They rejoiced because they understood what was forged in secret is now ready to shine in the open. Beloved, your journey has come full circle. The angels saw the beginning. They walked with you in the middle, and now they rejoice at the threshold of your unveiling. They know your story is not ending, it is only beginning anew. They marvel because they see the eternal impact of what you carry, far beyond what your eyes can imagine. So rise, chosen one, shine, chosen one, walk into glory, not as one who barely survived, but as one who carries eternal authority. The angels have seen it. Heaven has decreed it, and eternity celebrates it. Your scars are crowns. Your endurance is testimony. Your journey is glory. And the angels, who never stopped watching, still marvel at what you have become. Chosen one. As this journey draws to a close, let the words you have heard settle deep into your spirit. You are not here by accident. Every valley, every storm, every scar was woven into the story of a destiny that cannot be erased. The angels saw it all. They testified of your endurance. They marveled at your resilience. And they rejoice now, because they know your rising is secure. You have walked through fire and discovered it could not consume you. You have faced storms and found they could not drown you. You have carried sorrow and realized it could not silence you. The angels understand what this means. You are chosen for a glory far greater than the pain you endured. Do not let the weight of your past define you. Let the fire of your future lead you. You are more than survivor, you are a torchbearer. You are more than wounded, you are crowned. You are more than hidden, you are unveiled. Carry this truth with you. Heaven is not indifferent to your story. Heaven has celebrated you all along. And now, as you walk forward, you do not walk alone. The angels who marveled at your struggle will march with you into your victory. Rise with confidence, shine with humility, walk with authority, for you are God's chosen one, destined not to blend in, but to stand out, not to fade, but to blaze, not to be silenced, but to declare the glory of the one who carried you. This is your time. This is your season. This is your destiny. And the angels, who have always seen you, will continue to marvel at the glory revealed in you.